Good morning. If you guys don't mind taking a seat, we're going to get started here. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, Chair of the Commission. Today is September 25th, 2025. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Commissioner Marty. Here. Commissioner Cabarrero.
Present.
Commissioner Batista.
Present.
Commissioner Levack.
Present.
I'd like to remind everyone, if you have not done so already, to please put your phones on silent. I will do the same right now to avoid embarrassment. There we go. And it is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We have quite the agenda today, guys, and because of time constraints, we're going to forego the traditional introduction of visitors that does chew up 20 minutes or so of our time. I see a lot of familiar faces out there. I know that we probably know one another already. And if you're new here, we do normally have an introductory opportunity, but a big agenda, so let's move forward. First on the agenda, number 4, is to approve the previous amendments. We'll consider the amendments from the meetings held July 30th and 31st, 2025 today. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to approve those minutes is adopted. Ms. Hertz, please provide us the Executive Director's report.
So there are no citations that were issued. The balance of the student protection fees is $4,605,527.85. The other order of business today is, as you all know, Jeff Cross vacated his position on our board, and therefore he vacated his probable cause position. So I would like to recommend a member of our commission for appointment to the probable cause panel, and that would be Mr. Litvack. Commissioner Cross, would you like to appoint Mr. Litvack to our probable cause panel?
Commissioner who?
Oh, I'm saying Commissioner Cross. Commissioner Williams.
Just making
Stare
sure I
right
don't
at-
respond, and it was you didn't intend that for me.
No, I got Cross.
I would love to do so. Yes, please. Do we need a motion to do so, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can I have a motion to please appoint Commissioner Litvack to the Probable Cause Committee?
Some.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
And that concludes my executive director report.
I would like to note for the record that the script that Ms. Hurst provided me says we were approving the March minutes, and I think she did that on purpose just to try to trip me up, even though I know that it was from July. So right out of the gate, that feels nefarious. I caught it, thankfully. All right. We'll move along to legal counsel report. Counselor?
I do not have a report at this time, Commissioner.
Outstanding. Then we're going to move forward to improper school closures. There are 7 within this section. I'm going to name those because we will be asking for public comment, because we'll likely take these by consent. Number 1 is Agape Academy of Sciences, Del Rey, number 5752. Number 2 is Agape University, Pompeo, number 5975. Number 3 is Burnett International College, West Palm Beach, 4436. Number 4 is Grace Community Institute, Boca, 9073. 5 is Hosanna College of Health, Miramar, 4931. 6 is Ideal Professional Institute, Miami Gardens, 4695. And 7 is Technopro Institute, Boca Raton, number 2671. Commissioners, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations by consent?
Some.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to ask the commissioners to let us know if there's any you would like to pull, before we move to take a motion on the ones that remain, we'll have the opportunity for public comment. Commissioner Batista, any you'd like to pull?
None.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
Caballero?
None.
None.
Levack? Thank you. All right, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on items 1 through 7 in section 6 for improper school closures?
Motion.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any public comment on these 7? That motion carries. All right. The next section is degree institutional licensure issues. There are 5. We are going to take these individually. The first item on that agenda is, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. There are 5. The first item is Harsin University, Miami, number 12502. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning. Thanks for being here. It's always nice when the first school has somebody here.
Yes, good morning.
Morning. Sir, are you aware of the staff recommendations that the council would be taking motions on here today?
Yes, yeah, I am.
Are you comfortable with what the content of that?
Yeah, it's about the graduation rate, graduation rate, yeah.
Okay. Tell me about your progress. How have things been going?
Yeah, so far we are doing pretty well. We are following the retention plan that we reported to the commission. We are doing weekly meetings about it, taking care of all the students that we need that are facing some issues. And so far, our graduation rate is about 80%, so we improved a lot.
How are those weekly meetings progressing? Do you have is it an all-staff meeting? Is it a leadership meeting?
Yeah, all the leadership meeting, all the leadership departments, academic directors, student services, financial department as well. And also we have the minutes for that as well.
And have you made changes that predicated this progress? Did you do something internally that improved your outcomes?
Yeah, so we improved a lot with business analytics, seeing the data about behavior of the students, also how they're dealing with the classes, if they are engaging the classes, the content. We are talking a lot with the professors as well, the professional development with professors about how to teach better, how to engage better the students. Yeah.
Well, you can't manage what you don't measure, right?
I'm sorry?
I said you can't manage what you don't measure, so I'm
Yes.
glad you're looking at data.
Yes, we are measuring
absolutely.
a lot. We are a data-driven university. Yeah.
Outstanding. Commissioners, do you have any questions or discussion? Sir, do you have any questions?
No, sorry, thanks.
Outstanding. Then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Harsin University number 12502?
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, sir. Keep
Thank
up the
you.
good work, please.
Thank you so much.
Number 2 is International Institute of Orthotics and Prosthetics, Tampa, number 6040. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. We don't have people on the line today, or do we? Nobody at all for the whole day? Okay, so if they're not here, they're not here. Okay. Okay. Would you like to speak to that?
Sure. So this institution is in front of you today for an acceptance of the graduation progress reports. In their 23-24 graduation rate, they had reported 0%. Upon staff review of this and discussions with the institution, they did go back into their numbers and realize it was an entry error on their side. So they have corrected the numbers in the system, and now their graduation rate is reflected as 100%. They have also submitted a graduation plan.
We're all human. All right. Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6040?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 3 is South Florida College of Nursing, Doral, 5697. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Commission. David Fiera, COO. Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Henry Oliveira, Dean and CEO.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Gutierrez, CFO.
Gentlemen, tell us about your progress and how things are going.
Things are going really well. Last meeting, we did update the commission on our quarter one numbers. Now our quarter one and two are in, and the school is still, our NCLEX numbers are still really strong. We hit over 80% once again in quarter two. Our quarter one was 92.31, and now for our internal data, because quarter three is still in progress, we're 4 of 5 at 80%, for a total 85.19% for the year. Our remediation plan is working. We're seeing it continue on, and
So tell us what you did that had this positive impact. That's quite the turnaround.
so the remediation plan really began last year. We were proactive when we saw that students were not hitting the mark. The biggest takeaway was going really data-driven and throwing in remediation roadmaps for each student to really identify the areas of weakness. Catch that early, remediate. That was one of our big moves. Second thing is that we also invested in a lot of secured laptops for the school. We noticed that a lot of what we call internally alternative methods were being used in order for students to get through. Secured lockdown laptops, stop that. Those are some of the primary things that we went into as we've been turning this around.
How many students do you have right now?
We have about 167 in our associates program.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm assuming you're in constant communication with the Board of Nursing,
Yeah.
just to keep them updated as well on your progress.
And our accreditors and things like that.
And our accreditors also.
Right. Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments?
Just where are you with programmatic accreditation right now?
Right now, we're institution accredited by ABHAS. We're ASIN accredited by ASIN. Our ABHAS, we had got a reaccreditation to 2031, and our ASINs is up for reaccreditation in 2028
Okay, thank you.
for both programs, for the associates and for the RN to BSN program.
All right. Well, congratulations on the improvement. Commissioners, anything further? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5697?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thanks for coming in, chatting with us. We appreciate you guys. Keep up the good work.
All right, thank you very much.
I'd like to remind whoever's phone's going off, it's enormously distracting. Please put your phones on silent while we're trying to have these conversations. The next is Southeastern College, Boynton Beach, number 1661. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Julia Corona, Executive Director of Southeastern College.
Good morning, Jonas Perez, CFO for Southeastern College.
Good morning, Dr. Lauren Jones, Southeastern College, Regional Director of Nursing.
Hi, good morning, Dr. Kelly Krinkle, Chief Academic Officer for Southeastern.
That's the coolest last name I've ever heard. Well, thank you all for being here this morning. I'm assuming you've seen staff recommendations and are familiar with the content of that.
Yes.
Do you have any questions or comments on that?
No questions.
Okay.
I do want to point out our improvement on the financial situation.
Sure, I'd love to hear about that.
Yes. So if you look at what we submitted to the commission, the working capital for 2025 year-to-date is positive. The changes due to reporting on liabilities is what caused the negative working capital in 2024. So our financial position is really strong, and our ratio that is reported to the Department of Ed is well above the benchmark as well.
Okay, since your CFO is here, can you help expand on those liabilities that you're talking about reporting on, just so I understand?
Sure. So as you're aware, there was a change in how the leases were recorded and booked. So that caused our liabilities to be recorded really high at the end of the year.
For leases, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Okay.
and also some of account payables at that point on December 31st. That's been fully reversed. We submitted the financials as of June 30th. You probably saw them. And we've also shown our current situation as of July 31st. And it's been completely reversed with a positive working capital and a net surplus that keeps growing.
Right. Yeah, no, I've always disagreed with how leases are placed on the balance sheet. If there is an opportunity to cancel that lease, the only thing that you're actually bound by is the period between where you are and when you could exit it, as opposed to the entirety of that lease,
Right.
which skews things, larger on the assets and, well, on both sides, the balance sheet. So, do you guys track days cash on hand? Do you track days cash on hand? We're speaking in broad terms of working capital. I'm just wondering where you're at for your liquidity for.
We don't really track it per se.
Sure. Yeah, not everybody does.
With a ratio, but
Just
yeah, we do make sure that we do have cash on hand. And for the last couple of years, it's been positive, so.
Okay. Commissioners, do you guys have additional questions?
Can you speak a little about your NCLEX results for this year and previous years and where you're at? Because I'm looking at the numbers. I saw some improvement with the, I think the PN program, but the ASN program is still not where it kind of needs to be.
Yes, so and Dr. Jones can talk to that, but I will comment on that. We have two RN programs. The Miami Lakes campus is off of probation and got their ACN renewal for 5 years. The Boynton Beach is the campus that is below, and we are on probation. We have seen that turned around, but they're about a year behind the changes that we made in Miami Lakes because we had a night program that transitioned to days. It was very difficult for students attending at night to do the life-work balance and put the time in that needed. We also saw concerns with the ATI assessments and different things happening with that, and we made a change to the Lippincott product that we've seen. The improvement, we are up for our ASIN accreditation for the Boynton Beach, and our 3-year average, which is what ACN looks at in accrediting a nursing program, we're projected to be at 83% for that. Even though our first years, we didn't have any test takers third quarter, we have our first group at Boynton Beach testing fourth quarter from when all the changes were made in the program. That group is testing now in quarter 4. They just graduated at the end of August.
Can you just walk me through that 83% that you just mentioned?
Sure. That is, so ACN looks at a 3-year average of overall pass rates for nursing students. So right now for Boynton, our 2023 cohorts are currently at 85.71. Our 2024 cohorts are at 83.33. And our 2025 overalls are at 80. So the Florida Board of Nursing looks at first-time pass rate, where
Sure.
ACN looks at overall. It really is a true measurement of quality of an education.
Thank you. That's what I was
Yes.
confused
Yes.
about. So you're looking at not just first time, you're looking at overall.
Yes, correct.
Perfect. How about though with the board with respect to going forward, and they only look at the first time, and your first 2 quarters right now
Are low.
are
yes.
low? Yes.
Yes, so we anticipate, we didn't have any test takers in Q3. We are anticipating the Q4 class to have very high rates, what we're predicting, and we'll end the year close to within that 10% of that national average is what we're anticipating.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck with that.
Yes.
And please really focus on that, because the first time NCLEX, the problem is that I think if you don't hit it, the program may have to
Correct.
get withdrawn.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It's going to be a ton of fun having you on the commission, sir. Thank you. Seriously, it's going to be nice. Commissioners, any additional questions?
I would like to make one staff correction at the table. The suggestion in front of you states to accept the NCLEX pass rate progress report, as well as to accept the placement progress report. That should reflect that you're accepting the financial progress report.
Not placement?
Not placement.
Okay. Do you guys have any additional questions or thing you'd like to make us aware of?
Not at this time. Thank
All
you.
right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for the NCLEX pass rate progress report and the financial progress report?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Keep up the good work, guys.
Good luck.
All right,
Thank you for
thank you.
being here. The next item on the agenda is Southeastern College Miami Lakes, number 2068. I'm sorry.
Yes.
What did I miss?
No, you're correct. They just have a part 2.
Oh. Okay. I didn't even realize that was it. So, hi, great to see you again. Oh, I have a goldfish memory this morning, apparently. So, you guys are already here, and are there things that are separate from what we originally discussed about 2068, commissioners, that you'd like to have questions about? Okay, and is that placement supposed to be progress, or is
That
that
is
supposed
correct.
to be
So this is
financial?
also financial on their second campus.
Okay, so if I don't have questions, then do we have a motion to accept the in-class PAX rate progress report and the financial progress report for number 2068?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, number 5 is Trinity College of Florida, number 2604. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Trevor Holloway, Vice President for Student Development, Trinity College, Florida.
Good morning. James Snyder, Registrar and Director of Institutional Effectiveness.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
You guys have been provided the staff recommendations that we'll be taking motions on here today.
Yes, sir.
Do you have questions or comments about that?
No, sir.
Okay. I know you're in to discuss a graduation improvement plan. Can you tell me about the plan that you guys put in place and what those results or what it has resulted in?
Yeah, so we have really sought to help our students from the point that they enter the school to progress through and increase our retention so that they are indeed graduating. So in 2023-2024, we were at 36.28%. Last academic year, we moved up to 47%. And we have put in place a Director for Student Success who is instrumental in walking the students through from the time they're accepted to the time that they matriculate through the school to placement into their job once they graduate. And so that's been instrumental in helping them stay on track and be retained.
How many students is that person managing at one time?
Right now, they oversee, their primary focus is new students, which is 45 new students, and we have 125 total students that they are responsible for.
So you drew a line in the sand and there's been 45 enrollments since that person came on? Is that what I'm
That's right.
understanding? Rather than picking people up halfway through their matriculation?
That's right.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Commissioners, do you have questions?
I do. So just looking at the,
Your mic, so. Oh, there we go.
sorry, just a little far from the mic here. Looking at the strategies that you're implementing in order to improve the graduation rates, it seems like some of these are more oriented towards recruitment and offerings as opposed to, focusing specifically on an intervention for improving graduation rates, with the exception, of course, of the 6th item on your list. Have you been able to identify what the major drivers are of attrition?
Yeah, there were a few. In the past, the school had gone through some times of recruiting students that were not necessarily mission fit for the school. So they would come in, be part of the school, and then learn along the way that they weren't really a good fit. Primarily through athletics, that was an issue for us. And so we sought to turn that over into, again, our coaches and athletic department have really done a much better job of bringing in the right students who are there to graduate instead of maybe just play a sport for a period of time.
Have you seen a greater issue among those in the athletics program? Is that compared to the rest of the student body? And if there is still an issue in the rest of the student body, then what are the drivers in those cases?
Generally, we've had more at-risk students who have come in through the athletics program. So the Director of Student Success works heavily with the athletics program to make sure that our student athletes are indeed keeping up in their coursework, and then as well as making sure that they're progressing along the track to graduate on time.
I look forward to seeing if your proposed plan, drives change, right?
Thank you.
It might be worth considering taking time to analyze the reasons for it in the first place to make sure you're applying the proper intervention.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. I appreciate that you hired a new director for student success for new students, but the way to improve your graduation rate is through retention of your current students. So what are you doing in that regard for your current students? I mean, obviously, new students will eventually turn into your current students and,
Right.
and progression and retention toward graduation. What about those students that you already have?
Yeah, so our Director of Student Success, works with our academic advisors to ensure that our current students are moving through their programs and helping them to register and to stay on track through their current programs. So she offers additional support to our academic advisors.
All right, thank you.
How many students do you currently have, and are they on track?
We have 125 total students, and yes, at this point, our students are on track to graduate.
125 divided into a lot of different programs. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
that you have a lot of different programs, so.
Commissioners, do you have any additional thoughts or questions? Gentlemen, anything further? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2604?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Keep up the good work, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good luck. The next section is application for provisional licensure. There are 5 items on the agenda in this section. We are going to take those individually, starting with Florida Open University, Doral, number 13461. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning. I'll go ahead and start off. I'm Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Florida Open University.
Good morning, sir. I'm Raul Marino, Chief of Academic Affairs from Florida Open University.
Good morning, Gemma Nieto, Consultant.
Thank you all for being here. Have you guys had received and had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we'll be taking motions on here today?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes.
Yep. Do you have any questions or comments that you'd like to inform us about on that?
No questions.
Okay. You guys are the first folks I've seen with a gerontology offer. I'd love to hear why you put that within your curriculum offerings and where you think those folks are going to be employed when they're done.
Okay. Okay. Yes. This program is specific to, could be an intermediate track for the students to continue with the human services, the complete program.
Where would you anticipate the graduates gain employment?
Well, the primary, we think that it's very important to give support in the social centers, hospitals, and other kind of related activities with the older people.
Commissioners, do you have additional questions or comments? All right. Do you guys have any questions or comments about?
No.
All right, outstanding. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13461?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Glenmore University, Jacksonville, number 13384. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi there, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Tony Adeyemi, owner and president.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Palka Kumar, Director of Admissions, Glenmore University.
Good morning, Sandra Norderhaug, consultant for Glenmore.
Thank you for being here this morning. It's always easier to have conversations in person. Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendations we'll be making motions on?
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you have any questions or comments about that?
None, sir.
I'd like to learn a little bit about this ESL program that is really a personal enrichment program and avocational. Can you tell me what your plan is for those students? What you plan to achieve for them with that ESL program?
It's a personal enrichment program for them to improve their English, for work, and probably for educational purposes for the future.
Do you see that as a pathway for students to enroll in other programs you have later? I'm just wondering why you offered it as an enrichment.
Maybe, yes, in the long run.
And that's the only contingency you guys have for revising the catalog associated with that ESL program. You guys have 90 days to do so. You feel comfortable with that timeline?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Are you guys doing anything that isn't online? It's entirely online delivery?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13384?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here. Good luck with that.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next item on the agenda is Greenfort University, number 13467. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hi there, I'm Paulo Landam. I'm President and Director of Admissions. Just a quick apology, I had some issues with my luggage on the plane. That's why I'm not wearing a suit.
Well, for the record, I had a long conversation with the director last night of why I loathe wearing sport coats. I'm not a suit and tie kind of guy. And she gave me her permission next meeting for me not to wear a suit. So I'll be dressed like you are in the next meeting. So don't think twice about that.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm wearing someone else's clothes. So. But thank you for being here. I really appreciate you coming in. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations we're taking motions on?
We have, Chair Williams.
All right, do you have any questions or comments about that?
No, sir.
I would like to know what a person would do with an applied behavioral analysis master degree. Tell me where they're going to go after they receive that diploma.
Sure. So applied behavior analysis typically work with autistic children and adults, changing their behavior. That's the most common practice. There are other practices like organizational behavior management, but really autism has been the focus more recently.
So does this result in a BCBA?
A BCBA or a QBA or an IB?
I'm not familiar with QBA. What is that?
So QBA is an alternative to the certification program offered by the BCBA. It's also an American certification, but the difference is the QABA also certifies international professionals as well, while the BACB is completely focused on the US and Canada.
Understood. Are you guys collaborating at all? If you don't mind me digging a little further about this particular aspect, Are you collaborating at all with providers of integrated medicine and those who are working toward treating the cause and not just the symptoms? Does that make sense?
For
those on the spectrum through ABA and BCBA, I didn't know if you had partners or had considered working with some. There are some in the Orlando markets. The reason why I'm asking who are world-renowned providers right?
Yeah, not specifically here in Orlando. Our professors are all very experienced, not only from their academic background, but most of them are also clinicians, so they have the practical experience with working with kids.
Sure.
I don't know if that answered your question.
I think, Chair Williams, I think that as the institution grows, and the population grows, things become solvent. I think then that makes complete sense for them to go and.
Yeah, I asked that only because I want to see positive outcomes for those in need, right? It's not a licensing issue. It's just that I know, we all watched the news in the past week, right? We know the challenges that we're all facing there, and I think there's a systemic opportunity to be treated sort of preemptively alongside what you guys are doing with BCBA and QBA, et cetera. You know, I think those things work hand in hand, and to collaborate with someone who's a provider in that regard probably expands your program significantly, right? Which is obviously what we're all here to do.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you contemplating any kind of internship? Because these people are going to get a master's degree. Shouldn't they have some field experience on this?
Yeah,
Are you contemplating an internship, a required one?
We're starting with online supervision programs where the students are going to be supervised by more experienced practitioners. And in the future, we would like to develop internship opportunities as well.
Thank you.
Could you briefly describe the relationship between the synchronous and asynchronous dimensions of the program?
Synchronous and delivery. Right. How they complement themselves. And
So are there some that are entirely asynchronous, or do you plan on having them kind of blended? And so
It'll be a mix.
You know, how do you?
Yeah, most
attribute
of
that?
the content is asynchronous, but then there are synchronous opportunities for students to ask questions. The supervision example I mentioned, so they complement each other. It's a mix.
Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Do you guys have anything further?
No, sir.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13467?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Western Governors University, Orlando, number 13330. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Hi. How's everyone today?
Never better.
Yeah. My name is Terry Linton. I am the director of the pre-licensure nursing program.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Melissa McLaren. I'm the Associate Dean of the program.
And I am Mitch Gilbert, Director of Regulatory Affairs.
Thank you all for coming down. We really appreciate you being here. Everything is easier to discuss in person. Have you guys been provided the staff recommendations and had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the 7 contingencies on that?
We have.
Do you have questions or comments about that at all?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Sometimes 90 days can sneak up on you when particularly you're heading into Thanksgiving and Christmas. And with the breadth of those contingencies, I wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page for the timeline that they needed to be satisfied.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Outstanding. I'm assuming most of these contingencies are probably either in the works or have
They are
perhaps been even completed.
They
and
are
just didn't make our
completed at
cutoff
this
date.
time, yes.
Right. Do you know which ones have been completed, or of the 7 that are there?
Yes, everyone except number 6.
The Florida Board of Nursing approval. That one is clutch, right? Can you update us on that one?
I can. I've been in contact with the Florida Board of Nursing and will supply them the information that they need as soon as at the conclusion of this meeting.
Okay. I'm not familiar enough to speculate on their responsiveness. Perhaps some of the commissioners are. Is it reasonable to expect that we would hear back from them within the 90 days that you have?
Typically, yes.
Typically?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say yes,
So
but
just
typically.
little fingers
Yes.
crossed there. Okay. Can you guys commit to communicating about the status of that? Should the BOD drag their feet on that and you bump up against that 90-day
Absolutely,
mark?
yes.
You know. All right. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
Can you just talk a little bit about, if I look at your program, I believe you also have one in, where was it? You have a different program also for a bachelor's degree at a different campus. And right now, you're running about a 62.5% NCLEX pass rate.
I'm sorry.
You're running a 62.5% NCLEX
Yes.
pass rate for the year.
That is correct.
So what are you going to be doing differently as you go forward with this new campus and this new program?
Yes,
How's
and-
it going to be different so we can see meeting the, at least the 85% or somewhere in that range, depending upon what NCLEX is?
Yes, and we, of course, we're very well aware of the pass rate, and the things that we have done, have implemented are at the beginning of every term, our students work with their program mentor, who is a master's prepared RN. It is the person who guides them through the entire program. And they do an academic review of every single student at the beginning of every term, and that includes their test scores, their clinical judgment skills, and their, how they're doing with their work-life balance. Many of our students work and have conflicting priorities. So we make sure that they have the additional support that they need in place. And the second thing that we have implemented due to the pass rates is the implementation of the ATI review for our students, and for not only our current students, but also those who have not been successful on NCLEX.
And ATI has seen their great products, but you also have to not rely upon them.
Right.
And I think you've heard other institutions that were up here already kind of talking about how they had to use separate laptops, different things to make sure they were academically sound and looking at the programs. So that's just an advisement, just, hey, when you're looking at this, try to make sure you're doing the teaching, that you're taking the responsibility rather than a third party taking responsibility for ensuring your NCLEX pass rates.
Yes, and it is optional, but highly encouraged, so, yes.
Thank you.
I've got a question about your pledge receivables, and while I'm asking that, I'm hoping Commissioner Caballero can take a look at your financials, because I'm going to loop him into this at the end. It's a 5-year plan of donors apparently subsidizing or even providing full scholarships. Is that what I'm reading? And does that extend beyond 2024? Because what we see is 23 and 24. I don't know.
It's a one-year donation. It's a one-year donation to build a building. Of $5.5 million.
Okay. The number 4 said provide scholarships. That's why I'm asking, is that wouldn't be for building if it's a scholarship?
Yeah, it's for the building.
So it's not for scholarships?
No.
It does say organizational objectives. I get it. I guess when I saw scholarships, I thought immediately tuition, right?
Yeah, it's to help build a lab. So it's not really campus, it's a lab that the students in this region will attend just for their lab hours.
Okay.
To get them in.
So the reason I asked Commissioner Caballero to open that up, I have great respect for his ability to review these financials. And with the operations that you guys are propping up here now, I don't know I don't have that burn rate open of your fixed cost increases, but there's not an enormous amount of cash that you're sitting on there. And I just wanted to make sure that what we were looking at for the fiscal year, well, it was fiscal year because it was June 30th. We've been more than a year since then, and I kind of wanted to talk about where their cash is today, because it's been more than a year, because you're about to have some real increase in fixed costs. Am I right about that?
Correct. I mean, it does says that it's in thousands, so.
Yeah, it's not thousands, it's millions. This is part of our.
That's why I didn't raise.
In the fine print.
Yeah. That's why I didn't raise.
So there's an extra comma.
Yeah.
God, I wish I had an extra comma. That would be awesome.
That's why I kind of,
Now you understand why I was concerned when I first saw that, right?
100% agree.
I'm like, good God, how are they going to buy gas on the way back home? I didn't know you were going to get there. All right, fair enough.
that's the first thing that I looked at.
Yeah, right. I'm glad you're here. All right, commissioners, any additional questions or comments?
Just, I have one additional, where are you guys going to be doing your clinicals for this program?
Yeah, so our clinicals, we have many clinical affiliation agreements throughout the state, and students go to clinical close to where they live. So I was not prepared to answer for the number of clinical affiliation agreements, but there are probably 60 or more.
And so you're really going to be recruiting Florida students, and they're going to be going nearby where they live?
Yeah, so what happens is they, of course, do their theory online,
Yep.
asynchronously, with the help of their course instructor. Once they have gotten to a certain point, then they attend one of two labs, and they demonstrate competence and in their skills and clinical reasoning at that point in time, where we would expect the student to be. They demonstrate that competence, then they're cleared to go to clinical.
And how are you going to kind of create a little bit of a community, since you're doing it all online, and students might be from different parts of the state of Florida, but then you're going to do clinicals in different parts? How are you going to get that community or work with them to understand who their professors are and clinical individuals are?
Yep, that's a good question. Our students are cohorted. They go to clinical in groups.
Okay.
And of course, they're also in groups during lab.
Thank you.
Culture's binary. I get it. It's a
Yep.
good question. No, it really is. All right.
Oh, quick question, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that the affiliation is right here. So I want to make sure this is the same university that is the trailblazer in competency-based approaches, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's exciting to have you here. Just say. I remember there was one of my big questions when I started on this commission, right? How do you handle competency-based approaches, right? How does that affect the way that this program will be offered compared to traditional programs? I mean, how are you bringing that just incredible leadership? And is that translating here? And if so, how? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot here, but...
Well, you're fine, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yes, it is competency-based like the rest of our programs. And as I was saying, the students demonstrate their competence first in their theory, then in lab. Once they have demonstrated that competence, then they move on to the next level. If they do not, then we pull them back, remediate them before they can move forward. The nursing clinical courses are paced, so there's a certain amount of time in clinical. They're immersed in the clinical setting for anywhere from 8 to 12-hour shifts with a clinical instructor on site and or a preceptor. So they are immersed, and this includes nights, weekends, holidays. They experience what it's like to be a nurse from that first day of clinical. So we really have a very good feel for where they are in their competency development, and the prescribed number of shifts can be more, but not less. If we find that if our clinical faculty say, you know, the student's really not quite getting this particular concept, then we will extend their clinical to make sure they're developing that competency before moving to the next course.
That's fantastic. So it sounds to me, if I may translate what you're saying, that it is a competency-based program, but it is embedded within a time-based structure that allows for extensibility in order to adapt to the needs for competency remediation. Is that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you guys track that percentage? I bet you do. The percentage of students who are deemed competent to move forward and the ones who are processed through remediation. I wonder if you know that off the top of your head.
Mm-hmm. It would be very unusual for a student not to demonstrate competence in clinical. It's less than 1%, I would say.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have anything further?
It's exciting to have you here. And yeah, I just for everyone else in the room, I mean, when you think about COMC-based approaches in the literature, typically they're the archetype that people look to. So it's exciting.
If there's no further discussion, we'll all keep our fingers crossed on the responsiveness of the Florida BOD or BON through the holiday period, and ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 13330.
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do well. Next item on the agenda is Wheatland Institute, Orlando, number 12668. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay. It appears no one's here, so commissioners, do you have discussion, questions, or comments about staff recommendations for number 12668?
Might be beneficial if Director Hurst can give us maybe a snapshot here.
Snapshot away.
So number 12668 is Wheatland Institute in Orlando. So just a couple of staff comments to kind of guide you through the process of this particular application. This institution submitted an application for provisional license on December 12th of 2022. The owner of record for Wheatland Institute, which is Ms. Herlene Lockard, pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit mail fraud and wire fraud in violation of Title 18, United States Code Section 1349. The February 5th, 2025 plea agreement in case number 24-60201-CR is attached. It is in your exhibits. September 15th, 2025 press release by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida connects Ms. Lockard's name to the operation of Center for Professional Training and Development, Inc. and Wheatland Institute. So our staff recommendation is to find that the institution fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to Section 1005.315 Florida statutes and Rule 60-2.0021 Florida Administrative Code based upon the following. The guilty plea of Herlene Lockard to 1 count of conspiracy to commit mail fraud and wire fraud in relation to the unlawful operation or management of an institution renders Herlene Lockard ineligible to own, operate, manage, or be a registered agent for a licensed institution in this state, or to be a director or an officer in the corporation that owns or operates a licensed institution pursuant to Section 1005.383 Florida statutes. Therefore, we are recommending denying the application for provisional license pursuant to Section 1005.315 and 1005.381 and Rule 6E-2.0021A and 6E-2.00611.
Thank you for that, Director. It reminds me of the question Commissioner Litvak asked a few minutes ago about how you build culture and a community, right? And I think we're all a community, not just individually, but one that's in need of being greater than the sum of our parts. And I think it's important to note that when things are distilled, what is rendered is always stronger than it was before. So with that being said, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12668?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and we are now stronger. The next section, C, application for annual license, has 4 items that we will take individually. The first being Eagle Nursing School, Tampa, number 12871. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. All right. It appears no one is here. Commissioners, the staff recommendation includes 1 contingency for an on-site visit. Has that been done? It says July.
So it would be if we have completion of the July 23rd, 2025 on-site visit, they will have to complete any deficiencies that were noted in that visit.
Oh, so the visit happened. Then
Yes.
It wasn't that the visit needs to happen.
Correct.
Okay. I
We're
got
just
you.
waiting for it to be finalized.
Understood. Okay. Outstanding. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12871?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we will move on to, I don't know if it's a word or an acronym, but I'm going to say GAIA University Miami number 13039. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Sorry, I didn't know if I was to pronounce the letters or pronounce it as a word.
Good morning, Luis Huaching, CFO.
Good morning. Yeah, it's Gaia University.
Gaia,
It's
okay.
word, old Latin. My name is Daniel Huachin, Board Executive at Gaia University.
Well, thank you both for being here. You guys have been provided staff recommendations. Do you have any questions or comments about that?
We have no questions or comment at the moment.
Okay. How did things go through your provisional period?
It was pretty good. We started off basically last year with our operations, with the recruitment plans that we had. We started off with a fair amount of students once we got the provisional license. Then our plan increased to increase the recruitment part of it. And then once we started the operations, we started being more efficient also with the cost structure. So we've seen a pretty solid second year as well.
How close did you come to what you originally projected for your first year?
I would say probably 80%. We started, we weren't able, obviously, to start the full year, so we started off around September, so we didn't have enough time.
Sure.
This year that we had the entire semesters, we are already past our goal for this year, so we are very positive on getting the projection for next year.
Nice. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments?
Just, are your students local or are you in international students? Where are you recruiting?
We have certain international students. Our recruitment efforts are 100% for local Florida students, more specifically South Florida.
Okay.
So you had a goal of 70 students for this year?
We had, yeah.
Have you reached the goal?
We reached the goal, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations on your first year there. Any additional questions or comments? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13039?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congrats, gentlemen. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for having us. Good day.
Next item on the agenda is Shenandoah Medical University, West Palm Beach, number 12958. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Joy Mowat Fuller, President of Shenandoah Medical University. And
Good morning, Doctor. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group.
Thank you both for being here. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendation that includes what appears to be one contingency that we're making motions on here today?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you. And it was fulfilled.
Okay. We're just leapfrogging over timelines here, I think.
Thank
How
you.
soon? I would love to hear the answer to the same question about how your past year went compared to what you were expecting as you moved to annual.
We currently have students enrolled in our Masters of Health Administration program, and we are working on our recruitment. Because of accreditation concerns with our Masters of Science in Nursing, we have students that we're waiting to have start the program, but we have to have our accreditation in line prior to that. But we have our students, and we're actively recruiting for our Masters of Health Administration program, and that's where we currently have students enrolled.
And you're comfortable with the 120-day timeline prior to September 30th on, oh no, wait, that doesn't apply. Never mind. Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12958?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank
Good luck.
you.
Next on the agenda is World Advanced University Doral number 13013. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Yvonne Lopez Fernandez, of the Academic Director of World Advanced University, the WAU.
Thank you for being here. Have you had the opportunity to review and familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations that include one contingency appears?
Yes, sir.
Our timeline's always delayed just a little bit. Has that on-site visit been completed?
It has not. It is tentatively scheduled for next week.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yeah. No, we don't know that, but we are waiting for.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you excited about that and prepared?
Yes.
All right.
And just for the record, I always say tentative because the schedules can change. But as you get closer to your on-site visit, our on-site evaluator will reach out to you and they will let you know what day they are coming, and then you can be prepared for that.
All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions and comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13013?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck with your visit next week. We hope that goes well.
Thank you, sir.
Next item on the agenda is application for annual renewal. There are 20 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept this section by consent?
So move.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'll now ask each commissioner if they have any items they'd like to pull from that 20. Commissioner Batista?
Yes, number 3 and 6. I think there's another one. 1 second. I paged through here. No, I think that's all I had.
Just 3 and 6 for you. Commissioner Marty?
Same 3 and 6.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional.
Commissioner Caballero?
None addition.
Commissioner Litbeck?
One additional 15?
15?
Yep.
If you guys would give me just a moment to see if I have more. I do not. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items? Okay, you're right. Is there any public comment or questions regarding items 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 through 14, and 16 through 20? Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 through 14, and 16 through 20?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Then we will move on to, I didn't ask you, but I'm assuming it's still 3 and 6, just like everyone said. I'm sorry. Then we will move on to number 3, Aviator College of Aeronautical Science and Technology, Fort Pierce, number 4155. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Vladimir Nelson, Director of Student Finance and Compliance. My name is Nikki Hoivart. I am a PDSO and one of the FAA-listed check airmen.
Good morning. Manav Birsandhu. I'm Director of Flight Operations and Aviation Safety for Aviator College and a Senior Flight Instructor.
Thank you all for being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we are taking motions on here today?
Yes, we are.
Do you have questions or comments related to it?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have discussion or questions or comments? Director, do you have anything to add?
I do not have anything to add from the staff recommendations in front of you.
Okay. And you guys have reviewed our staff recommendations, right?
Yes, sir. We have the Vice President of Academic Affairs was supposed to be here today to help out with smoothing this all, but she called in sick yesterday. She's out with COVID, so we had to fill in the positions last minute.
Just wanted to make sure that you guys are familiar with the content of the staff
Yes.
recommendations. All right. Then, if there's no further discussion or questions, can I have a motion to accept the staff recommendations for number 4155?
So
Motion? Yeah.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for being here, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We can move on to number 6. BrightMed Health Institute, Davie, number 5509. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning, esteemed Commissioner. My name is Elijah Merizer, the President at BrightMed Health Institute.
Good morning. My name is Gerald Jean, Vice President.
Thank you both for being here. You have the opportunity to review the staff recommendations we're taking motions on here today.
Yes.
Do you have any questions or comments about the content of that?
Yes, I do.
We welcome those. What would you like to ask or say?
Okay. Basically, what I have it's like some apologies. So I would like to start with that. We apologize for the delay submissions of the report and documentation requested by the Commission for Independent of Education. During the period and questions, the institutions was simultaneously managing several major regulatory priorities, which, for instance, number 1, responding to the clerk order that we have. Number 2, preparing for annual applications. Number 3, advancing our accreditations process with ABHERS, which was also granted to us in August. So that's some apology I would like to have based on some of the items that the staff have listed on the recommendation for now.
All right. Thank you for that. Commissioners, do you have any discussion or questions? Gentlemen, you understand that we're about to make a motion on denial of this annual license and conducting an orderly closure, correct?
I read the staff recommendation, but this is why I'm here to explain the reason why some of the items, although we submitted the remaining deficiency on the item, so that was requested, and then we also given a clear explanations, and then what really prohibited us at that time, so it was those factors that was affecting our school. Not only that, especially the teach out program, which was something new for us, which took a tremendous amount of time with students ensuring their future career. because with everything that was going on with Nightingale, it was a lot of time of us. So by having me and Mr. Jean on board, so also I have to teach too. Those kind of take sometimes away between simultaneously handling those, addressing those priorities. So number one, making sure that we are accredited. And then not only that too, we have Amherst accreditation that we're going through, and then at the same time going through that, and then we have the opportunity, we have the obligation to not only seeking for the accreditations, but to also train our staff. They can become familiar with the standard of Amherst, and then preparing for ASEN accreditations, which as we are getting closer to our BSN, and then addressing different standards. So some of the whatever mistake that happened in the and previously, so this way this doesn't happen. For instance, I know it was an oversight matter for us. So what we have did, we take matter very seriously by hiring a consulting company. So with that, it was, even though with that, we did that, we hired the Equinas consulting to help us, so this way those things doesn't happen again. So when it comes to that, I know as we were growing, we started as a very, very small school, and then we were growing, but at the same time, there was some trust issue. So even throughout, from gaining our first provisional license, we were experiencing like hiring consultant, which was not trustful. So in the middle of it, so of course Amherst, which was a very challenging process for us, where we end up hiring like to finish it, where we end up hiring 3 consulting company, all those things, so that we have to look for. So kind of put some delay on what some of the things that was required. It's not like, we do not want to comply. It's just some of the things that everything was a priority for us. Accreditations, if we don't have that accreditation by the Board of Nursing, so definitely they're going to close us. So that's something that we are promised, which we are working on. So.
You realize that everything that you just outlined is what every other licensee in here navigates, right? That's not an extenuating circumstance. It's the obligation that you took on when you received your provisional license. It's literally what everybody else does and has done so successfully. And it's your obligation, because those are your words, you kept using the word obligation, when you took money from students.
Yes.
For that teach out.
Yes.
Right?
No.
And to meet all of those criteria. And I'd like to point something out here. Something as simple as submitting a current municipal business license.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Number 9 is a contingency of the 11 contingencies you had, is as simple as submitting a current business license. I think I could probably do that via text in about 20 minutes. So that's not an extenuating ask. You failed to execute your obligation as a licensee, and that's why this license is, the staff recommendation is for denial of that.
Okay.
So it's not an extenuating circumstance, it's what everybody else in here has navigated.
Okay, that I have an explanation for that, because
I don't know that.
I'm sorry.
But it's not going to change the staff recommendations. You understand that, right? Your explanation is, forgive me for putting it this way, an excuse, and it's not going to change staff recommendations. So if you have questions about the staff recommendations, we're willing to address that. Otherwise, I'd like to open the floor to other commissioners if they have questions or comments about what's been placed before us. Yes, sir.
How many students do you have?
Okay, I have, I break them down. For the Teach Out program, I have 46, and then for students that graduated from the ASN program, we have 76. That's a total of 122, and then 82 active other students between the PN program, the BSN program, and RN to BSN program.
Okay, so how many students do you have total currently?
Okay, let me just, 122, 82, that's 3, that's 10, 203 students.
How many students have you had to date total at your institution?
I'm sorry?
How many students have you had to date at your institution from the time you started to now?
The time I started, we have over 400 students from the time we started. Oh, at this moment, so I have to go back and review, but that's a rough estimate of students that we
So
have.
I think the best use of our time right now would be to focus on making sure you understand your obligations in terms of the transfer of records and the teach out of the current students that you have to ensure that that they're taken care of.
Yes, that's exactly what we are doing. Ensuring that they are safe.
Their safety is a different question.
No, I'm saying ensuring that, once the student look at the data and then they see we are on the teach out, so basically they have anxiety, and then we as the president, we have the privilege to ensuring them that, of course, as long we are here, you are doing everything right, you are passing your class, you are attending your class, so you will finish successfully. You don't have to panic. This is one of the major issues some students have. I would say 95 students have, because when they don't know, if they don't know their future, and then we have to assure them, like by doing like weekly or monthly. So open our door. We have an open door policy, ensuring that we are here for them. We are here to support them. Ensure that we open at the convenience. So those that are at risk, addressing any issue that they have. That's what we are doing.
Director Hurst, question for you. To what extent does staff have the capacity, bandwidth, and to the extent possible to communicate what is required of the licensee to engage in the teach out and what that entails?
For the orderly closure, you mean?
So when an institution is ordered to close by the commission staff will reach out to that institution, provide what we call is an orderly closure checklist, and it has a list of items that we will need for you to provide to us, which also consists of a teach-out plan, whether that is you teaching those students out for the rest of their program, or whether you are going to contract or have an agreement with another institution for the teach out of those students. We also will put in there how you can transfer those records to us. Any records after 2021 have to be digital, and we will provide you a share file to provide those records to us. Any previous students that might be in a paper file, you will have to send those to us, and we will work with you to get those records as well. But there will be a checklist of items that you must complete in order to conduct an orderly closure.
Chair, may I? I would like to make an observation for the record that about 3 business days ago, the commission did receive some additional documents from this institution, which alleged to have satisfied one or more of these deficiencies. Obviously, that being 3 business days before the convening of this meeting, staff have not had opportunity to review those documents. But I would just like to add that as a factual finding for the record. And I would also suggest adding to the order direction to the executive director to review the institution to determine whether it is appropriate to bring them before a probable cause panel. I count, given my review of the record of this institution, I count no fewer than 12 violations of the clerked order previously entered in this case. The institution was directed by this commission to submit monthly reports on the progress of its teach-out of the ASN program. So we should have 9 months worth of reports of that. Those were not submitted. They were also ordered to report to this commission for the March meeting and the July meeting on the status of obtaining accreditation for the BSN program. They neglected to submit those reports. And in addition, they were ordered to submit to file a complete application for annual license, the date in front of me, I think it was 120 days before March 30th of this year, and they were delinquent in that matter as well. And so I think it would be appropriate for the executive director to review the institution and see whether it would be appropriate to bring them before a probable cause panel.
We'll add that through to the existing staff recommendations as contingency. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Yes, sir.
I just had more of a comment. You were speaking a lot about accreditation,
Yes,
but your license comes from the state.
yes.
So you need to abide by the state. Accreditation is optional. It's not something required, and you seem to diminish the fact that the license, your ability to have the college and teach, came from the state. I think you need to recognize that as you go forward. That's why it was so important for you to meet all the conditions and be there. So, while we appreciate accreditation, the state is who issues your license.
Yes, we were trying to do that, but some of the item to be honest with you, between addressing the clerk order and then of course copy confirm the program consultants. So basically, I think I was addressing those two, like business license, which we previously provided back when. With the clerk order, I believe. So a lot of the items, so basically we have submitted them, and then after we received the green light from the clerk order indicating that everything is fulfilled, and they also issue us our provisional license. So that's until recently I received that email, so indicating that we have to appear before the board today. So. If I could recommend one thing, so I know with the staff recommendation, if it's something that I have submitted all the deficiency now, and then to clearly define a complete application, so that's something I really have to look at. But if we can at least not an approval, or if we can be placed for the November meeting, so the staff can have enough time to review all the deficiency items.
You've had the same amount of time as everybody in this room.
I'm sorry?
Everybody in this room was afforded the same amount of time to accomplish the things that you failed to accomplish. Does that make sense to you? Your days aren't shorter than mine or anybody else sitting here, so the time that you're asking is not one that I'm open to considering. I would let the other commissioners speak for themselves. There's been a lot of communication from previous clerk order to the counselor's point, maybe close to a dozen failures of previous requirements that have been set on you. And in big ways and in small ways. So,
in fact, if I may, they were afforded more time than most people in this room.
Excellent point.
They were supposed to appear at a commission meeting in March. That was why they were ordered to submit a complete application for annual license 120 days before March 30th. They were not on the March meeting. They were not on the May meeting. They were not on the meeting in July.
And why were they not on there? Because they failed to submit those documents?
That's correct. And this commission, as is its wont, exercised forbearance in the hopes that the institution would satisfy the contingencies and never did.
Yeah, so I was wrong about that. You've actually had more time than everyone else in this room.
Okay, can I please point something out about not appearing for the meeting? So like I said, this is something new for us. When I look at the clerk order, appear, but I think it will normally, I didn't know if I would just invite myself, or I was expecting, like I said, it's a mistake, it's a misunderstanding. I was an invitation, do I have an invitation just like I just received that last week?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you not consider a clerked order to be an invitation?
But I think it would be like, just like the formal, like every time we have to either come for our annual license or any other issue, so we would receive an email from the consultant. That's what I was expecting
Sure.
to have.
And if that was the singular issue, we may be having the conversation. The trouble is that you have almost a dozen contingencies with another dozen failures on previous clerked order has motivated us to add probable cause to the staff recommendations. So there's been a cataclysmic failure, and your students, to your own point, are suffering with anxiety, wondering how they're going to complete it, while last year you made almost $500,000. Do you think that's fair?
Nothing is fair, but as far as dozens of failure to the clerk, I'm not aware of that because
I asked you at the outset if you were familiar with the staff recommendations. There are 11, so almost a dozen failures of those contingencies. And then the counselor just spoke to how many, counselor? Another?
I count at least 12 violations of the clerk's order. You were ordered to submit monthly reports on the status of the ASN program teach out. You neglected to submit those monthly reports. And you were additionally ordered to submit reports for the March meeting and the July meeting on the status of the obtaining of accreditation for the BSN program. Those reports were not submitted.
I have submitted those reports. I have submitted.
When did you submit those reports?
I submit them on time. With the status of the accreditation, I submitted that to the clerk. Around the time, I'm not as they were asking, and then I have requested from Abhurst for the status. I have submitted those reports.
So let me paint a picture for you. If my license was being denied and I was being ordered to close, I would have walked in here with a stack of paperwork validating everything that I had done, and I could tell you the date that I sent it, who I sent it to, and what time it was sent. So you're making statements and you have no substantiation for 23 different issues, 11 within contingencies and another 12 within clerked order. This is a cataclysmic failure. You yourself said your students are suffering from anxiety, wondering if they're going to be able to complete the program. Do you see why we have to prioritize student health and outcomes? And during a period while you made $429,000, students are not being prioritized, your license is not being upheld. The obligation that you undertook when you accepted that license, and the consultants you hired are irrelevant. Their name is not on your license. Your name is on that license. You are responsible, not the consultants. So I think we've spent enough time talking about this personally. I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendations unless the director has a question you want to ask beforehand.
No, I just wanted to clarify because of a statement that you said several times about your licensure process and sending things in previously. You are obligated each year to submit an annual license. With that annual license comes a certain set of documents that must be submitted. Regardless if you submitted a document in a previous year, you have to submit it with your annual license. And that is made very clear in your application and when we send a 30-day deficiency letter. It does not matter if you have sent it previously in a former year, you need to submit it with your annual license. And you also noted that this was kind of new for you. When were you first licensed by this commission?
2017.
2017. So you've had 8 years with us.
Yes.
8 years of submitting annual reports or annual applications. You've had 8 years to talk to our staff, and you know what is required for an annual application. So telling us now that this is new for you and that you don't really understand our process or that you didn't understand a clerked order is a bit absurd from a standpoint of you've been licensed for 8 years. So at any point, you can reach out to your program specialist and you can speak to them about a deficiency letter and fulfill your obligations to the commission.
So I'd like to ask for a motion
So
to accept. I'm gonna edit it, Commissioner Marty, to accept staff recommendations with the addition of counselors' noted factual findings and referral for probable cause.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. When should they expect their notification from the results of this motion?
Sometime in the next couple of weeks, the clerk's order will be emailed to you and also mailed via regular and certified mail.
And
Thank you for being here, gentlemen.
to be clear, because there was the question about invitation, the clerk's order will be an invitation to conduct an orderly closure.
Yes, thank you. I would, I'm sorry about the confusion. I will definitely, now that I know about that, so I'll definitely appear.
I'm sorry, you'll definitely what?
No, I said I will definitely appear now that I know the process. Now that I know the process on the clerk order, that I don't need an email from my program specialist to come and.
I don't know that there's somewhere else to appear. I'm not
No,
following.
I'm saying if anything about the clerk order.
The clerk's order
Yes,
is
the upcoming clerk order.
ordering an
So the clerk
orderly
order-
closure of your
Right.
institution.
Your license has been denied and you are now obligated to conduct an orderly closure of your institution.
You will, of course, have an opportunity to file a petition for administrative review, and that will be disclosed in the clerk's order. But keep in mind that a clerk's order is an order, it's not a recommendation.
Okay.
Do you guys understand that?
Well, I will contact my legal counsel. With,
Definitely should.
If I need,
Yeah.
based on your,
Yeah,
after
because the motion was also a referral for probable cause, you definitely should.
Okay,
Thank you for being here, gentlemen.
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Number 7 is Carrick Institute, Cape Canaveral, number 6340. If you are here from,
I think we took it by consent, yes.
oh, God, oh, you're right. See, forgive me. Skips to 15. Because that was Commissioner Batista's, I believe. Quest Nursing Education Center, Tampa, number 9087. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Nope. Commissioner Batista, I believe this was
Nope, it's
yours?
mine,
or
sure.
what? Oh, it was yours? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I had pulled it because I wanted them to, and maybe we need to put this in as a condition, but the status of their accreditation, both institutional and programmatic, because the last update that we got was with respect to ABHES had denied a provisional license to them, and they've already been operating the program, I think, for almost 5 years, and if they're unable to get the institutional accreditation, they cannot get the programmatic accreditation that's necessary to maintain their ASN and BSN licenses.
Does that follow?
Yes, it is a very valid point. So our contingency number 1 is submission of an update on the status of the institution's pursuit of programmatic accreditation for the nursing AS and BS programs. Does that satisfy what
Yes.
you would like to hear from them?
Can we just add programmatic and institutional?
We can add and institutional. Our contingency only is requesting programmatic at this time.
So the revised would be for number 1, programmatic and institutional accreditation. Good catch. Commissioners, any additional discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the revision and contingency number 1 to include programmatic and institutional accreditation?
Status? Update?
Yes, yes. To a motion to accept staff recommendations to include a revision to the first contingency that would say programmatic and institutional accreditation.
So moved. Yep.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. All right, since we closed out this section, before we move on to application for license by means of accreditation, we will take a quick break here, back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you very much. See you in a moment. Get started. It's like a dorm room up here. So the next item on our list is F, application for license by means of accreditation. I believe there's only one item here. So if you are here from Miami Regional University, Miami Springs, number 2390, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Hi, good morning. Loretta Sheffield, Associate Vice President of Institutional Effectiveness and Planning, Miami Regional University.
Good morning. Ophelia Sanchez, President and CEO.
Good morning. Dr. Roberto Roman, Provost.
Good morning. Dr. Armando Fandino, Dean of Nursing.
Thank you all for being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to review staff recommendations that we're about to take a motion on here?
Yes, we have.
Do you have questions or comments about that?
No, we don't.
So it sounds like maybe some congratulations are in order to you guys.
Thank you.
I'm sure that process has been tedious and arduous.
It has.
Tell us about, if you don't mind, your plans for leveraging this accreditation and how things are going to change at your school.
Actually, at this point, I think we're going to fulfill some of our goals that we had been held back on because of the probation for the last 3 years. So we have new programs that we are in the process of getting approval for through the accreditor, through yourselves, that are really very much needed by the community. The students are waiting to enroll and so on. And obviously, the main thing is there is a full commitment at the university to continue to maintain excellent NCLEX rates, as well as in all the other programs.
Sure. All of our information trails, because of the timing of how the submissions and our meetings are. Tell me how your 2025 is going, because we have trails.
It's going really well. As far as the NCLEX rates, all the programs are either meeting or exceeding. Actually, they're all exceeding at this point the target by the Florida Board of Nursing. The other programs is doing very well as well. Financial position keeps on being strong. We've had a 3.0 composite rate for the last 11 years. Very happy about that. And we have a lot of plans for the fusion. We're in the process of coming up with real strategic objectives based on the current situation and everything that's going on.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments for them?
Just a quick comment. Ophelia gave me the opportunity 20 years ago. I used to be her CPA 15 years ago when she first got accredited. So it's so great to see her continued success. Very hardworking family. Great people.
Does that mean you're responsible for the gray hair that he has now?
No, actually, I learned a lot. At the beginning, I had a lot of questions for him. We were just beginning from the first steps at that time, yes.
Well, we have you to credit for that because we're certainly better for having Commissioner Caballero on the commission here.
I'm sure you are.
Good. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments?
Congratulate. I'm looking at your retention rate, 91%. That's amazing. And then your graduation rate is almost 80%. Congratulations. That's really good.
Thank you so much.
Well, you guys are obviously on the upswing, and we look forward to seeing you at future meetings and seeing how you leverage the results of today for student outcomes. So thank you for your hard work and what you're doing for the students.
Thank you very much. They make it happen.
It takes a village, right?
It sure does. It
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
does. And we really want to thank also Ms. Barbara Davis for her help throughout this process.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. If there's no more discussion or questions, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2390?
Motion.
Moved and
Seconded, yep.
Okay. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, guys. We look forward to
Thank you
seeing
so
you
much.
at
Thank
the
you
next
very
in-person, perhaps, to hear how things are going with this. The next section, G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 21 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe the director would like to pull, well, we have to pull numbers 8 and 12.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Number 8 is affiliated with Commissioner Marty, that is Doral College. And number 12 is affiliated with Commissioner Litvack, and that is Jersey College.
All right. In addition to those two recusals, Commissioner Batista, do you have any additional?
No additional.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Stefano?
None additional.
Commissioner Litvack?
Sorry, I have number 2.
Number 2?
Yep.
And Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
Let me make sure that I have none as well. I do not. So can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 1, 3 through 7, 9, 10, 11, 13 through 21?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's move to number 2, American Medical Academy, Miami, number 3420. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Euler? Okay. Floor's yours, sir.
Yeah, I just pulled them because they had a BSN program that was closed, and they have a new ASN program. They don't have any results yet, but I just wanted to get an update with how they were doing, what progress have they made, what differences are there between the programs, if they make sure they're successful.
Judge, do we have updated data on what we're looking at that may satisfy the commissioner?
No. The updated numbers are in front of you.
Yeah. And I don't think they have any numbers yet. It was just more a matter just to speak with them and,
No,
you know,
a
make sure they were
discussion is always nice.
hyper-focused on ensuring that we didn't have a repeat of the previous, program.
Yes. No, I think those those broader cultural questions that you asking are important ones to do, particularly in person. That's why I always emphasize to folks, if you're on the agenda, you should be here, right? 80% of communication's nonverbal, right?
Correct.
I feel like twice a year is, I wish we saw all the licensees more frequently, quite honestly, because of that. I think we have more meaningful conversations. So
I didn't have any contingencies or anything for them.
Okay.
It was just more to speak with them.
all right. Well, maybe we'll see them again next time. So do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations as provided by staff for number 3420?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's move on to number 8. Doral College, number 4362. We'll make a recusal for the purposes of voting, but before we do, is there any staff, or excuse me, are there any commissioner questions or comments?
Just to be clear, technically, Commissioner Marty is not recusing herself. She's abstaining from a vote. So she is still present and contributes.
Recusal means you're not present, then?
That's correct.
See, you learn something new every day. There you go. So if you abstain, it means you're present?
So for example, that's correct. So for example, recusal could affect a quorum, whereas abstention from a vote does not.
So like for morality purposes, abstaining means you could still be present, just not a participant.
No, on the contrary. On the contrary, no. She may comment on the matter and contribute and be present.
Oh, that was fantastic.
And there is a correction that needs to occur on the summary sheet, so I will let Commissioner Marty speak to that, but it has to do with the student data that is in front of you, specifically for the 2023-2024 year, and it is the total enrolled numbers as well as the Florida enrolled numbers. So I will turn that over to Commissioner Marty.
Yeah. For whatever reason, we made a mistake when we were collecting the data, and it looks like we enrolled 525 students and graduated 482. Reality is we enrolled 6,900. We have 6,914 enrollments, not 525. So I wanted to clarify that we did not go down from 5369 to 525.
Right.
We actually went up, and I saw it when I got the thing, and I almost had a heart attack. I don't know how it happened, but it did. So my apologies, and also our accreditation visit for the 5 years is now October 9, so we will be submitting all the papers for the next 5 years before January, as soon as we get it from them.
Well, I'm glad to hear you guys didn't drop by 90%.
Oh, I look at it and I said, ah!
Right.
And my two vice presidents look at it and they didn't notice. And I noticed it right away, and
Do I have any other questions or comments? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4362?
Motion?
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we can move on to number 12, I believe. Jersey College, Tampa, number 3719. Any updates outside of the abstention? So number 12 has subsections A through G. Do we have to have motions on those subsections individually, Counselor?
You can take them all together.
I can take without a motion to do them together?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Then with that abstention, do you have any other discussion or questions, or do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12, including sections A through G?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well, and that should take us to section H. Application for program approvals and modifications. There are 3. We're going to ask for a motion for consent, but I will note the ability for anyone to make public comment before we do so, just in case someone is here. I don't want to leave you out. You want to have the opportunity to speak. Do I have a motion to accept section H, items 1 through 3 by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you still have no polls from these 3?
I would like to pull number 1, please.
Aha, you lied to me last night. Okay, then, commissioners, would any of you like to pull numbers 2 or 3? Okay, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for section H, numbers 2 and 3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to Florida Christian University Orlando, number 6361. And the floor is yours, Director.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Bruno Portigliati, president of FCU, Florida Christian University.
Thank you for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And the reason that I have pulled Florida Christian University is due to an update for their clinical counseling hours. Right now, you have in front of you that there are 48 credit hours for this master's modification. We have been alerted that that was in error that it should be 60. They have submitted updated paperwork. That paperwork cannot be considered in front of you at this time due to the time that we received that paperwork, so I would like to add a staff recommendation at the table. So the staff recommendation would be to add a number 3, submission of the modification to the clinical counseling program to reflect the proposed 60 credit hours, including submitting a program outline and catalog revisions. And then there is the delegation at the bottom. The executive director shall approve the modifications when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. And so that way, when they actually submit those approved documents, it'll move it to 60 hours instead of the 48 that is in front of you.
All right. Are you comfortable with that additional?
Yes, I am.
Number
I
3
requested it.
contingency? Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from you?
Just wanted to comment that the modifications, they are only a change in credit hours, not the programs. It's not an addition of any programs. We're basically going from a lot more credit hours to I would say, more reasonable amount of credit hours. We have been, for the longest time, historically, we have placed an emphasis on scientific investigation. So all of our master level programs would have a thesis component. And then over the course of a few years, we've been hearing from our students that they wanted something a little more flexible and not have the requirement of having a thesis in every single master's level program. So that's why, hence the change from 60 credit hours to 39 for most of them. And then for the clinical, we went from 90 initially to 48. And as the executive director pointed out, we're requesting to actually increase it to 60. And that's because we're going through the KCRAP accreditation, and KCRAP requires 60 credit hours.
Thanks for that explanation. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on that? Kudos for listening to your students, right?
Thank you. Part of our self-study process.
You want to hear a far-off metaphor for that? The Big Mac was invented by a franchisee. You got to listen to your frontline people, right? Or none of us eat well. If there are no more questions or comments, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the executive director and agreed upon by Mr. Portigliati?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. All right, we are moving right along and making good time here. Section I, motion for extension of license. There are 4. I'm going to take a motion to accept these by consent with the note that the director has requested number 3. So do I have a motion to accept numbers 1, 2, and 4 by consent?
Motion? You want to do public comment still?
Yes. Do I have the motion and second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone present for public comment on numbers 1, 2, and 4, being Atlantic Institute of Oriental Medicine 2641, Dade Institute of Technology 4802, and St. Petersburg Seminary Clearwater 2638. Okay, then hearing no public comment, that motion carries and we can go direct to number 3. Gladstone College of Nursing, Davie, number 10269. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Antonio Bazzi.
I did.
From
I subtracted out. Pardon me just one second, sir.
Okay.
Rather than asking for consent and then what to pull, I just said numbers 1, 2, and 4, so we voted to accept staff recommendations. Not on all of them, but on all -4. Did I get that right? Do we need to do it again for the record, just to make sure? We can do that again?
I would suggest voting for the consent first and then voting for the staff recommendations, just so it's clear for the record.
Noted. All right. So,
My name is,
just one second, sir, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I made a mistake, and I want to clarify that. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for numbers 1, 2, and 4?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Apologies. We'll add that extra step later. I thought I was being expeditious and I slowed us down. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That was my fault.
No problem. No problem.
I'm sorry. Would you mind introducing yourself again?
Yes. My name is Dr. Antonio Baze. I'm a physician, and I'm coming from Georgia Clinic, PC, in Atlanta, Georgia. We have about 38 clinics and urgent care centers in Gwinnett County, and we are still expanding in the metro Atlanta area. And so I want to thank you all again for this opportunity given to me to open this school here in Florida. In Atlanta, we are already training our own staffs, like sonographers, medical assistants, pharmacy technicians, and all. And we do employ our own students too. Once they graduate, we employ them, we give them jobs. So I hope to use the Glasgow College of Nursing to do the same thing, and so on. So let's go back to the discrepancies we had. I have had 4 surgeries in the recent months, and I just got out of the hospital last Sunday. But someone has to be here. My DON was unable to come because she's sick, and she just recently went through divorce too. And most of the corrections that she made a big mistake by she prepared 2 folders, 2 files, and then she sent the wrong one in. And I keep asking her, even last Sunday from the hospital, I was asking her, did you send in the paperwork? Did you ever send in the paperwork to CIE? She told me that she did. But later on, we found out that what the CIE requested, number 1, 2, 3, was not there. And I had to print that out, which I have right here. And I just want the commission to reconsider. And please, all you can do for us, and so that we can get this great school going.
So, in consideration of what you said happened in the past 6 months, what was the reason for the original request for extension in January of this year prior to all of those events?
Oh, I think she prepared everything. She said she turned them in, and I have all the papers here to prove that. She said she turned it in, but she missed those number 1, 2, 3 in the folder she sent in, and she prepared it in, like you have 2 folders.
I guess what I'm trying to say is on January 30th of this year,
yes,
you guys submitted for an extension of your provisional license of January of this year. That was prior to the events that you just outlined for us. So what was the problem that prevented you from getting it done originally prior to the events, these extenuating circumstances that you're depicting to us now?
Oh, she told me she was working on all of them. I came here with her in February or so, I think in this very same location. And she told me that she's working on it, and I said, take my word, and I took her word. This is somebody we paid $9,000 a month for, and you're not doing the right thing. That is not good. So, I mean, I would say that please reconsider. That will not happen again.
Well, I guess the other problem I have with that is that if you have someone that this is delegated to, I don't know that I understand the pertinence of the extenuating circumstances, because we can't simultaneously utilize your extenuating circumstances if you are delegating this job to someone else that did not get it done, right? Those two things
the problem was
should
that,
not have prevented you to be able to present this.
Yes, the problem was that I was very sick. And
Right, but you just said you're paying someone $9,000 a month to do this, so that's great. That means you can be sick, and someone else is supposed to get it done who you delegated it to.
Yes, sir, that is very correct. But I guess she was very negligent in doing some of the job she was supposed to do. So, you know.
Is she still employed by the institution?
We're considering that right now. I'm considering that, and I will do that. And, as soon as we can do that. I will
When
take-
was the original provisional issued?
So please, I'm pleading to you all. I know this is, consider us, we will not make that mistake again. I have all the corrections here, and I'll to you all. Oops, sorry.
So the original, go ahead.
The original provisional in this case was issued on August 29th of 2023. So this is not a situation in which this institution has received an annual license. They have been on provisional now for 2 years. So this is their request for a license extension for provisional. At this point, we typically see that you have your 2 years and you're moving on to an annual license.
Oh, we were approved, I think, the 2023 October, I guess, or 31st of, was it 31st of August or so? And then we didn't open till around, officially open till February of 24. So we're just barely a year old, and so.
Then it should have been a pretty easy license renewal to submit.
So exactly. So that's why, I'm pleading for you all to, I know it was wrong on our part, but I will follow up this time, and my head is getting better, and I will make sure that.
Were you in good health in 2023 until August of 24?
Oh, I keep going in and out of the hospital, and I had a very big surgery, and I follow up. I keep going in and out.
Right.
Like I said, last Sunday, I was discharged, and somebody has to be here. She couldn't come, so I drove myself.
But before I turn this over to the director, there's a cutoff date for the submission to be here in front of us. So,
Yes.
Last Sunday was well past that cutoff date already.
Yes.
Right. So please go ahead, Director.
And to add context to this particular situation, this institution was licensed as of August 29th, 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
This institution has not submitted an actual application besides a license extension at this point. So we do not have an application from this institution to apply for an annual license. I do want to remind you that this is a pre-professional nursing program for a bachelor's in science nursing are the offerings of this institution.
Yes, ma'am. And I am discussing with Mr. Santoro. So next time he will take over everything and continue to process all the paperwork for us, so that we will not, because most of these things, my DOM very new to that, and I'm very, I'm very new to that too. So it's totally different from the way we do it in Georgia.
Well, we're not really new to this. You were licensed 2 years ago.
I will make sure that the consulting agency will take care of that next time, that will not happen again. So please consider, I'm begging you all, and
go ahead.
Okay? So please.
I would just like to remind the commission and also to let Dr. Omazi know that if the commission votes to accept staff recommendation, what that will do is that will result in the issuance of a notice of intent to deny the pending application. That notice of intent can be appealed by way of a petition for administrative review. So even if there's a vote for a denial, that denial will not be final. That will effectively give you one more chance to come into compliance.
Yes.
Yes, I know that, but if you look at the what we're supposed to submit, I mean, this was something that, I mean, it was a negligence on our part.
Do you have partners in this business, or are you the sole owner?
Right now, I'm the sole owner, and I've spent over $1 million running this very.
So you realize that you're the licensee.
Oh, you say what?
You are the licensee, right? So it is your responsibility to see that these things come through. You don't have partners. You have nobody else that's in charge of this. The person that you're paying $9,000 a month.
Yeah, I totally agree, and that will not happen again. My health is getting better, and I will make sure that that don't happen again. Like I said, I'm talking with Mr. Santoro, and he will help us next time. And all this, I'll leave it to his hand to take care of everything for us. And so please, I'm begging you all to consider, okay, and that will not happen again. Okay, I know the seriousness of it, And please, please, please.
Can I just offer a
I
word
have
to,
the
to schools?
papers.
Just be careful about throwing around the names of consultants who you don't currently have a contract with. I don't think the consultants appreciate that.
Oh, okay, okay. But I spoke with, I've called them, I've spoke with them. So and, I will, whichever one comes through, then we will go with them. Yeah. So I'm sorry that.
Yeah, I'll defer to the commissioners to speak on their behalf. My personal feeling on this is when I look at number 2, we don't even have executed clinical affiliation agreements. You know, the most basic and fundamental aspects of operating a program.
Is that me or, wait, I have right here. Oops, excuse me.
We, the commission,
Oh,
are not
okay.
in possession of clinical affiliation
I have it
agreements.
here.
Well, whether you do or not is inconsequential to the motion that we have in front of us.
Okay.
Sir, I'm of the opinion that people don't tell you who they are, they show you who they are. So I'm going to open the floor for questions or comments to the other commissioners before we take a motion.
You know, there's a lot of deficiencies that are here. Some of them were very simple.
Yes.
To say someone else is responsible,
Yes.
you're ultimately responsible. You're the owner. You
Yes.
need to provide oversight. And if you're not providing oversight of the application process, what type of oversight are you providing to the students? We're here to protect the students in the state of Florida.
You're right.
And when I look at things like a Form 609 is not
Yeah.
filled out properly, there's only like 5 different items you have to fill in that, and
Yeah.
that form is there
Yeah.
to ensure the disclosure to students
Yes.
and proper notice. And
Yeah.
as the counselor said today, our vote today doesn't close the door, but you do have an appeal option. But it is, if you're going to go forward with this, you
Yeah.
must make sure that you are actively involved, day-to-day activities.
Of course, of course. And I'm sorry for that. That's why I said it was because of my health, and I'm getting better and better every time now. And I will make sure that's not going to happen again.
And I feel for your health, don't get me wrong, but
Yes, yes.
we've got to protect the students of the state of Florida.
Mhm.
And that's
Exactly.
what we're here for.
Exactly.
And just like your students, if their health is not good,
Yeah.
then they need to take a leave, or they need to
Exactly.
figure out a different way to complete school.
Exactly.
The same rules apply. You can't just not hand
Yeah.
in stuff and then say I was sick.
Yes.
And 6 months later say I'm ready to graduate because I was
Yes,
sick.
Yeah, you know, at the end of
Yes.
July,
That's very true.
due to health reasons, I was unable to be chair of the last meeting that transpired, and that's why we have a vice chair.
Okay.
Right? So do you think that the licensees would have accepted me saying, I'm unable to, for my health reasons, to execute this CIE meeting?
Yeah.
Or do you think they say, hey, you have to have a contingency plan in place so that
I-
others aren't affected by my inability?
I totally agree with you all.
Yeah,
And
so that
then
contingency
would
plan
not-
was
that would
obviously not
happen
in
again.
place, right?
That will not happen again. And
Well,
I know the seriousness.
You'll have the opportunity to show
Okay.
the commission
Yeah.
the results of your ability to meet those contingencies
Yes.
via an appeal.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to ask if there is a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 10269.
Motion?
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. As the counselor said, sir, you want to reiterate that one more time?
Sure. The notice of intent which we'll issue will include on there a notice of what your appellate rights are.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is motion for request for extension of time to comply. There is only one, which is St. George University School of Medicine, number 2619, since we're requesting an extension. And I doubt if someone is here, but if you are, feel free to step forward. If not, staff recommendation did not have concerns. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2619?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and allows us to move on to substantive change approval. There are 7 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Pulling a lot.
I don't know why we did it this way. So, The director has asked for numbers 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 to be pulled. So would any of the commissioners like to pull numbers 1 or 5?
No.
If not, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 and 5 in section K? Oh, yeah, is there anybody here for that? I apologize. I hate doing it this way. Number 1 is Dominion Institute 10325, and then number 5 is, forgive me, Orlando Medical Institute 3264. Hi. I almost left you out, and I apologize.
That's okay.
I've either had too much coffee or not enough. I don't know which one.
That's okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Joanna Lane. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Orlando Medical Institute.
Outstanding. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm Christopher DeSalvo with the Keenest Network Consulting.
Thank you both for being here. All right, lost the plot. There it is. Yeah, right. I know. No, it's fine. Yep. We were preparing to take the staff recommendations
That's
by
fine.
consent, but do you have any questions or comments about
I
that?
do not. I just, when you asked if we were here, I just wanted to let you know I was here.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did, and I don't want to waste your trip here because
No,
I
that's
want you
fine.
to know it means a lot to me that you're here.
No, thank
Not
you.
everyone makes the trip, and it makes things so much easier to have discussions. Is there something happening at your school that you feel like we should know about, or something that you want to update us on?
No, lots of good stuff, but no, we're doing well. We had a start with 93 starts, 43 grads. We have great pass rates, and we're just ready to move forward. Thank you for the
Outstanding.
time.
Are you where you thought you would be
Yes.
this time?
Yes.
That's awesome news. Good. I think there's only one contingency for you, and Bureau of Emergency Medical Services. You're
Right
familiar.
after this, we'll get that right to you.
Are you engaged with them already?
Yes, we are.
That's the first time I've seen that one. How has that been with them? Because I've not spoken to anyone else who goes through the Bureau of Emergency
Yeah, no, they're great to work with, and Orlando Medical Institute's been working with them for the 21 years,
Oh,
as
okay.
well as we know some folks from past as well. So no, they're great to work with. It'll be a smooth transition.
Good. Okay. Well, commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Then I would back up and ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for numbers 1 and 5 to include
Thank you.
to include the recommendations for you. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're
You,
where you
thanks
thought
for
you
the
would
time.
be.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
So now we can go to number 2. Forgive me for not, Hodgdon International College, Orlando, number 5486. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. Good morning. My name is Nano Paul, Administrator for Hodgdon International College.
Hi, my name is Max Paul, Director of Operations.
Bob Harris, Counselor for Hodgdon International College.
Did I say that correctly? Hodgdon?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Have you guys had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations that includes 8 contingencies that we're looking at today?
Yes.
Do you have any questions or comments about those contingencies?
No.
Counselor, do you?
No, no questions. Pretty straightforward.
Okay. Commissioners, questions and comments?
Can I just get a status update with ABHES? Where are you? I know you submitted in 2023.
We need to reapply. Oops, I'm sorry. We need to reapply. We failed the initial visit, so we just need to reapply. We just we had a consultant we're working with that we didn't like the way that was going, so we just, about 3 weeks ago, we had, actually, about a month ago, we had a meeting with a new consultant that will be helping us with that process. One of the consultants is here today, but I won't mention the name of that consultant.
And how many students do you currently have enrolled in your, I think you have an MSN, ASN, and RN to BSN program?
We currently have 61 students in the PN program and also the ASN program. We have 32, and we don't have any right now in the BSN program.
And can you talk about your scores a little bit for 2025 for your NCLEX results for the first 2 quarters?
We, right now, we have the students that took the test back in, I want to say the first and second quarter. Those students were done last year. For the PN program, we have 2 students that finished back in, I want to say in June of this year. Those are the 2 that just took it recently. They just passed it. So for this quarter, we believe those are the 2 students the only 2 students that just took the test. That should give us 100%. The previous ones that finished last year, that took it before, sometimes in either March or April, they didn't do too well. However, the ones that just finished just now recently should give us a good pass rate. We hope, I think what is it called? The report should come out sometimes in October, God willing. We hope that will give us a good benchmark. Also, to add to that, is it next week we have an exit exam, both for the PN and the ASN. There's about 9 PN and 8 ASN that will be taking that exit exam. That's next week. We hope that those students, we hope that they take the exam coming up. That should also add to the pass rate we have now.
Yeah, because when I looked at the Board of Nursing, it shows like a 29% for the PN program for 2025 and a 0% for the RN program. So I do have concerns about how you're going to get those numbers up. We're almost towards the end of the year at this point, and if you don't get them up this year, what are you going to do for next year? So do you have an improvement plan that you're looking at? What has been discussed with your faculty?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We did not release we have not had any graduate this year for the ASN program. Anybody who may have taken it, they finished last year, sometimes in, I want to say in July of last year. That was the first group. The 8 students that are about to take it now will be the only group that's finishing this year, right now. As far as the remediation plan, implementation plan, what the school has been doing, it's multifold. We have ATI, with which we are working. We also using UWorld. We've been using UWorld, especially towards the last 3 months of both of the programs. We have 2 classes that are considered NCLEX readiness. So even though we use the resources almost throughout the program, when you're about to finish, those classes are called license readiness. So we focus on that very heavily. One thing that, among other things that we've done, is basically to incorporate something ATI just told us about, which is called a capstone program. The capstone is something that, in addition to what we've been doing, it's something the instructors, we are incorporating with the instructors that they are going to be utilizing. It hasn't started yet. That's starting in October. I think it's mid-October it's starting, God willing. So we hope that will also add to that as well. For both programs, we do believe that there were some work that needed to be done in terms of testing. By talking to the instructors and talking to the students, primarily the graduates, we learned that some students were able to click outside of the browsers when they were testing. We hired 2 new instructors, one of which told us about the program that allows students to actually not be able to click outside of the testing session, and that basically has been helpful. We haven't only been using it just for the exit, but we've the 2 students that took the test back in June, we used that for the first time, and we think it worked because out of those that took it, certainly only 2 passed, and those 2 went on to take the NCLEX and they passed it. Because we believe it worked, that one instance, we're deciding to use it not just in exits, but also in regular tests as well.
I will give you a warning that not only is, even though those programs exist, we're in a new world with AI and everything else. And I have seen at our own campuses that individuals are now using what we call third-party proxy testing, it's called. And they're getting around even the most sophisticated tools. So proctoring does become a lot more important, to have your instructors really monitor what's going on at the screen. I think you heard another school that was up here earlier today spoke about using their own laptops. That's a good idea because then you can make sure no program's being put on that. But you do have a lot of work to do. I'm a little bit concerned with respect to your PN and RN program, where it's going to end up and whether or not we're going to be able to go forward. So I just want to encourage you to really spend the time and dedication. And I know people use ATI and HESI, they're great products. At the end of the day, they're your students, and using third parties, you guys have to make sure your curriculum is sound and strong to be successful for your students.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Commissioner, I really appreciate you bringing that up. We talked about that a little bit. I'm seeing with all the nursing programs that we work with across the state, this whole thing about students cheating, and it's beyond nursing programs and other things as well, of course, but because in the ATIs and the Kaplans and the HESIs and all that have spent so much money trying to do that, but they're still able to accomplish that. And it's a huge thing. The point you made about them having the responsibility, making sure they're teaching the right curriculum so that when they do take those tests, they're successful. But students are getting so used to, in this arena in nursing, there's such a grand prize at the end of the day of getting a nursing license and changing their lives. That prize is so great that it's getting more and more students doing those kinds of things. So I think you're right. I did note also the gentleman earlier talked about laptops, and I'm going to work through the schools that we represent, including Hodgin, about implementing that to make sure that testing, if those students know that they can't get past that, they're going to do more of the work to pass. And again, I agree with you. I think this institution has some work to do, and I commit to you that we'll work on that and try to get you better results. Well, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I hear you guys say there were 8 students preparing to take the test in October? Is that what I heard?
Yes, sir. It's 9 PN students and 8 ASN students. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think what we're all saying is for the end of the year last year, your PN was at 30%, your RN was at 20%. So much relies upon this next group, right? I just want to make sure we're articulating the gravity. And when you're looking at numbers that small, percentages are skewed heavily by 1 or 2 people, right? Very, very heavily. So I can't overstate the importance of those 9 students you're talking about for being able to proceed. Any other questions or comments from commissioners or those in attendance? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5486?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here and thank you for the discussion.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much.
We move to number 3, International Institute for Healthcare Professionals, BOCA number 3121. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. No one? All right. This was one of yours, I believe.
Yes, so this is a situation where we are recommending to the commission to find a substantive change has occurred due to placement of the institution's pre-licensure nursing education programs on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. This relates to both the ASN and the PN program.
Commissioners, any discussion or questions or comments? Well, since there's no one from that institution here, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3121?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 4 is New Professions Technical Institute, Miami, number 1556. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Greetings and salutations again. I know you missed me.
It's always a pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much, Steve. You're going to bring it down. Taking the long way up here because I left my horse double parked back there. Boys, he's leaving a mess. Okay, so, do you have any questions of my institution?
No, sir. We've got staff recommendations in front of us outlining 6 different contingencies. Granting the application in part and denying the application in part. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations and the associated contingencies?
Yes, I am, and I am ready to answer, or better yet, I'm ready to request that the commission this time table the decision until we can get a better response. Since September the 2nd, when the accrediting agency authorized the license of a means of accreditation and granted the School of Nursing a teach-out sentence, we've been going back and forth between the Florida Board of Nursing and the Accrediting Association. Their comments was that they felt that 6 months was long enough. The Florida Board of Nursing provided a probationary status back in February. The accrediting agency felt that from February until now was long enough to make adjustments. The Florida Board of Nursing allowed us 1 year to show progress, and depending on the progress, extended an additional year. That's the Florida Board of Nursing's response. The accrediting agency, and I'm not going to blame them, we've been with them since '92. Just because they're going under accreditation with the US DOE, I'm not saying anything. But it looks to me that Hello. Oh, yeah, it's my boss over here. It looks to me that they've taken upon themselves to make a hasty decision without actually allowing the Florida Board of Nursing's probationary status to go in full effect, which would have granted us another 6 months so we could show progress. Now, if you're going to be asking me what did we do in the first 2 quarters of the NCLEX for 2025, we showed an increase. We're now roughly at 56%. We do expect an increase in the mid-70s for the 3rd quarter of 2025. It hasn't come out yet, but we do have all the numbers for the 1st and 2nd quarter of 2025 respectively. We have all of 2024's numbers, which yes, we did show that we have had a rocky improvement. Now, since senior management has done all that it has been put together since the late and early 2024, we have seen a marked improvement of both retention as well as exit or graduation exit scores. Now, fortunately, we try to get our students to comply with the 1-month requirement from the time that they finish their program to the time they go in front of NCLEX to actually take the NCLEX. But again, 95% of our student body is Hispanic, and English has always been a serious problem with that going back and forth. I believe Mr. Harris at one time made comments that the NCLEX should be done in Spanish, and we know what that went down. But unfortunately, we are trying to do our best to encourage them to do it within the reasonable 30-day time period. Some students, as far back as graduating as early 2024, has yet to take the NCLEX for the first time.
What's the percentage of NCLEX passage rate that a school needs to maintain in order to avoid being placed on probation by the Board of Nursing?
90%, I believe.
No, you have to be within 10% of the national average. The problem is, for most nursing schools, which makes it difficult, is you will not know the national average until January 17th of each year. So you will not know what the prior year national
So what was
average.
the national average last year?
Most of the national average were dependent upon LPN and RN were above 90%. So sometimes they get as low as.
And what was your
80.
Q1 and Q2 results of 2025?
60 and 56% respectively.
So it's safe to say that you will not be taken off of probation because those passage rates are not within 10% of the national average?
If they conclude the year, of 10 years, and they don't reach within 10%, that is correct. Again, we have, September's almost done, a few days. That'll be the third quarter. We'll see the reports in the middle of October, and then
Right.
the last reports for the last 3 months in the middle
And
of January.
Q3 projections were in the 70s, right? Still not within 10%. So you have one more quarter to close the year out where you average 70-something, 50-something, and 20-something,
Yeah,
right?
But here's the major point. The point that Mr. Reyes is trying to make is this, is under the law in Florida today, they have another year of probation, even if they don't make that percent. They have another year, potentially a third year with the Board of Nursing. And so any idea of trying to close the program is not correct because they have time under the Florida Board of Nursing.
But are we able to license an institution that's not accredited?
Yeah, certainly can.
But I'm saying for the existing students who enrolled
Yeah.
now,
You can, there are
just
lots of
change that
programs that are-
status of an existing student who enrolled in what they thought was an accredited organization.
Well, remember, the school is accredited. It is-
No. I'm talking about the ASN program because the school, this is not being issued in whole. This is in part. Part of it is approved, part of it's denied. I'm talking about, is your ASN program accredited today?
Okay. Let me make, there's a distinction. There's two kinds, as you know, there's two kinds of accreditation. The institution itself is accredited. In fact, they just received their reaccreditation document yesterday. So that the institution is accredited. The nursing program is not programmatically accredited independent in of itself. That's a separate process with ACN or ACN or CCNE. And so, but the institution is still accredited. That's why, for example, the applications for a license by means of accreditation, the requirements in the law for this commission is the institution accredited, not the particular program, whether it be nursing or medical tech, whatever it is. The institution itself is an accredited institution all the way through August of 2026.
That's true, Mr. Harris, but even with institutional accreditation, there are still programs which are encompassed within the institutional accreditation. Isn't that correct?
Of course.
Which is distinct from programmatic accreditation.
It's entirely distinctive. In other words, when an institution is institutionally accredited, it includes, in this particular case, it is 16 programs that are part of the accreditation of ACCET of this institution. So yes.
That's correct. But now the ASN program is not within the scope of the institutional accreditation as far as new enrollments go. Isn't that correct?
It is correct that ACCET no longer has within their approved programs, within their accreditation, the nursing program. But the institution...
Except for purposes of teaching out the current students.
Well, again, that's another thing too, and I want to raise this issue with you. Seeing recent communications with ACCET, they may be teaching out the program, they may be offering another program, a second program to replace that program. ACCET understands that. There's been communications back and forth. So my point in terms of what is in the summary sheet, the recommendations is not to order a closeout or a teach out, because again, they still have a license with the Florida Board of Nursing. They've got another year of probation.
So just to clarify, because I want to make sure that we are being very clear on our side. So we are recommending denying the LBMA status due to the withdrawal of that one program from the accreditor, which changes the scope of the accreditation. So that's the reason for the the denial of your license by means of accreditation. So that would then take you, we would find that a sub-change has occurred and put you on a provisional status due to your ASN program being on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing and the withdrawal of that program right now from your accreditor. So they're doing the teach-out only portion. So then there's a third section of ours where we are requiring the institution, we are ordering the institution to cease enrolling in that nursing ASN program to follow what your accreditor is doing as well. But there are conditions where you can come back from this. This isn't an end-all, be-all. This is an ordering for you to cease enrollments in that ASN program, which your accreditor has also ordered you to do, until, let me read it because I want to make sure I get all of them in there. So we thought long and hard about making sure that we weren't creating any kind of issues if your accreditor changes their mind or brings you back into their fold. So it would state, until the ASN program is removed from probation by the Florida Board of Nursing, the program is reinstated within the institution's scope of accreditation with ACCET, or the program meets the accreditation requirements of Section 464.01911 Florida statutes, which is the Board of Nursing accreditation requirements. So you are still receiving with what's in front of you. This is not an order for your school to close. This is actually not even an order for this institution, your ASN program, to close. What this is it is a denial of your license by means of accreditation, moving you to a provisional status, then ordering you to cease enrollments in that ASN program until one of those three conditions are met. If you meet one of those three conditions, you can then start enrolling in this program again. What we don't want to have is your accreditor to have you have a teach-out program. Then you have institutional accreditation, but if you're still going to have that program with us and you have decided that you are not going to teach it out, now we have a fundamental difference between what we have here and what your institution or what your accreditor has accredited your entire institution for. That is the reason for the denial for the LBMA. We cannot have that. You can still qualify for an annual license with that, because then you can have some discrepancies between what your accreditor approves and what we approve, but you can't be on license by means of accreditation in that section. Does that make more sense? So this isn't a denial of your program. We're not ordering you to teach it out. We're just saying you cannot enroll new students in this program until one of those three conditions are met.
Okay, well, the recommendations do include language about a teach-out.
So to be clear on that, so
Okay.
anytime, so what we are having when we do this, we want your plan for a teach out, because if your accreditor is ordering you to teach out this program, most likely you probably should have already started working on those plans, so we know that in case, if this all goes south, and say your accreditor doesn't bring you back in the fold, we want to know that you have a teach-out plan in place that you can start implementing, that all of those students will be taught out by either yourself or someone else. That's our standard. We just want to make sure that you have a plan in place. That does not mean you have to teach out the program right now. You're ordered to, you're kind of going to be theoretically in a teach-out if you're not adding any new students. Let's be clear on that.
Yep.
But that's part of your process. But if you can get off, if you can get one of those three things, out of probation with the Florida Board of Nursing, if you get back in the good graces of your accreditor and they add that program back to their scope of accreditation, or you lose that accreditation and then you get programmatic accreditation from someone else for that nursing ASM program in accordance with the Board of Nursing, then you can start enrolling new students.
Okay. Three things very quickly. Hopefully I can remember them. I've got a little bit of what the chairman had earlier in the day. Number one, we want to make sure it clarifies, because it does talk about a teach-out, and we want to make sure it's clear. Number two, as you said, they're not entitled to an LBMA. I just want to make it clear. There are 5 conditions for being eligible for an LBMA, and there's none of those 5 conditions in what you have stated. In other words, they meet all 5 requirements. They are, don't you go through them, existing for 5 years, no complaints unresolved in 12 months, it's a Florida corporation, they're financially responsible, and they are accredited. The institutional is accreditations. I just want to make sure that's clear, that the denial of the LBMA is not because they're in violation of any of the 5 requirements in the law. That's clear. If you're making a decision not to accept them to have an LBMA because of what the Accrediting Commission has done about the nursing program, and because the nursing program is on probation with the Board of Nursing, so therefore you're going to keep them provisional, that's fine. I'm just concerned that they that there's not a decision being made that they don't comply with those 5 requirements, because they do.
I think the issue with the LBMA is that the institution has not expressed so far a willingness to abide by the conditions of its accreditation with regard to the ASN program. So I think if the institution agreed to teach out, and to be clear, it is a teach out. You are being ordered to tentatively teach out the program, but the program is not being closed. The program is not being terminated.
Okay.
You understand?
Let me read to you a letter, and it's not been provided to you because it just appeared from the ACCET. So let me read this to you so you'll know the latest from the Accrediting Commission.
What is the date on that letter?
Yeah, it is September 22nd, 2025. And it says, "Dear Mr. Reyes, this letter confirms that New Professions Technical Institute, with its main campus in Miami, is currently accredited by ACCET through August 31, 2026. So again, they are accredited an institution. At the August 2025 meeting, the Commission voted to withdraw program approval for the Associate of Science in Nursing program, except for teach-out purposes. ACCET acknowledged that the institution has started the application process for a new version of the nursing program, which will go through the accreditation review process in the normal course." So what I'm telling you is they've already had conversations with and communications about starting another program. That's what the Accrediting Commission is looking forward to, is approving a second version of the kind of things that Mr. Lidbeck has talked about in terms of having some things in it. They're in the process of doing that. So right now, the Accrediting Commission fully knows that they probably will not be enrolling any new students. They may not be undertaking a full teach-out process, but they're trying to come up with a second program, and they're aware of that and will be working with the institution to do that. So that's why it's important to not have this commission vote to say this institution is not eligible for one of the 5 requirements for
What you just read to me sounds like it's very consistent with what we're saying. Am I hearing that wrong? It sounds like, okay, that's forthcoming, and it's one of the 3 things that the director laid out, which would reinstate everything. So I'm struggling to make the connection of what the challenge is with the verbiage of the staff.
I think I see Mr. Harris's point, and I think I would recommend granting the LBMA so long as the school goes on the record and is committed to acting within the scope of its current accreditation. So if the school represents that it intends to teach out the program, okay, tentatively, right, until such time as that program is approved by the accreditor for more than teach out, I think if the institution commits to that on the record, I think that they should be granted the LBMA.
That's what I thought was happening to begin with, to be clear. That's why I was asking.
No, so that's, when I heard denial, that's when I said, well, we've got to make sure the point. I apologize, I think Eric is correct. That's what we're looking for, with the commitment on our part that we agree to the shifting to provisional license. We agree with that. We understand that. We don't have any choice. The Board of Nursing has made its decision. So I agree with all that. And yes, I think they have a commitment to make sure you know everything that happens between now and the time they come back with their accreditor, making sure if they're talking about a second program, they had better keep you pretty much advised exactly what's going on with the teach out, with the second program. They have to make a commitment to do that. But I just want to make sure that that wasn't a pure denial. I think Eric's correct. One other thing too, is if they do come through and come off probation in January, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to let their accreditor know, and the accreditor may make a decision after that. So what I would ask is that if, in fact, they are accomplished, come within 10% by the end of the year, and they're taken off probation by the Board of Nursing, and they're allowed to move forward with their accreditor, that the commission will authorize the executive director to grant their LBMA license at that time if they have met those conditions. Again, they have a tough task in front of them, but I think since they meet the 5 requirements in LBMA, the executive director should be that authority if they come off probation and if they meet the requirements of their accreditor.
You mean without having to wait for another meeting to do so? Is that what you're asking?
That is correct. Because it's very straightforward. We have to come off probation, and we have to meet the requirements of the accreditor. And if they do,
yeah.
Then,
look, if passage rates don't increase, this is all a moot point.
It's all a moot point.
It's all
exactly.
a moot point. Right.
Yep.
So, Mr. Harris, if I'm understanding you correctly, and if so, I agree. What you're suggesting is that, so first, your client will go on the record and saying that it is going to abide by the scope of accreditation that the accreditor has set. So it is going to teach out the ASN program tentatively until such time as the accreditor approves them for new enrollments?
Yeah, no, they will comply with
Okay.
the accreditation requirements, absolutely.
So then it looks like what you're suggesting, and I would concur in it, is to grant the LBMA for procedural purposes, but then find a substantive change, okay, due to the program being placed on probation with the Board of Nursing, and then granting the provisional license with the 6 contingencies which are noted. Okay, we keep the order to file reports with the commission and then delegate authority to the executive director to return the institution to LBMA status upon removal from probation by the Board of Nursing or the program's reinstatement
Right.
by the accreditor?
And the accreditor having an authorized program. The accreditor having authorized them
Okay.
to have a program,
Yeah.
nursing program.
Counsel, it doesn't have to be both an and, not an or?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Right.
You said
Both.
or, I
Both.
think it's an and.
I'm sorry, both,
It's-
okay.
It's both.
Yeah.
You're correct.
So that means no new enrollments in between now and that time,
You understand that?
Okay.
in that particular program we're referring to,
Right.
obviously.
That's correct.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have anything on that?
Nope, I would agree with that. That is one of the reasons we have the denial, is because we had not yet heard from the institution that you were going to comply with your accreditor's demands. So we do appreciate you being here to clarify that.
That's fine, and I apologize for adding 6 months to your life.
Well, to be clear, the way I read it was the way you interpreted it to begin with. If you're just
Okay.
searching for clarity out of it, that's what I thought was happening to begin with. I thought everything else was staying the same except for this one program until it got rectified.
Somehow
Right.
words seem to matter to lawyers. I don't know why, but they do.
Yeah. I'm reminded of that Shakespearean quote.
Yes. Across the world, 917 lawyers die every day, so we'll be okay.
All right, so do we need to state that it has been revised, or are we in agreement with the intent of the staff recommendation language?
No, okay, so, so there is a revision, okay? So, the motion is to grant the application for, I think this is a LBMA renewal, so to grant it. Notwithstanding, find that a substantive change has occurred for the reasons noted. Issue the institution a provisional license contingent upon those 6 contingencies being satisfied, which are listed. Order the institution, or will note in the clerk order, the institution has agreed to cease enrolling in accordance with the recent decision of its accreditor, and delegate to the executive director authority to restore the school to LBMA status upon removal of the ASN from probation by the Board of Nursing, as well as approval of new enrollments in the same by the accreditor.
Yep.
Before we ask for a motion on that,
And everything else is the same.
everything, okay. Before we ask for a motion on that, does that include marketing of that program during this period? while
That's
we
correct.
wait?
That's correct. So for the period when you're not enrolling, you shouldn't be advertising or recruiting students for the program.
That's
Right.
fine.
Okay,
It's normal.
okay. Then, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by council and agreed upon by licensee and
So moved.
representation?
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I love it when a plan comes together.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
All
Harris.
right, so
again.
that moves us, I think, to number 6. SAE Institute of Tech, North Miami Beach, 2282. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gary Williams, VP of Finance.
Dr. Michelle Ernst, Chief Academic and Compliance Officer.
Thank you both for being here. How are you today?
Great, how are you?
Thank you.
Never better. Have you guys been provided and have the opportunity to familiarize yourself with staff recommendations we're making motions on?
We have.
Do you have questions or comments about those at all?
Yes. So the recommendation was for us to submit our financial progress in January, If we submit it earlier because of when our fiscal year ends, can the decision be made sooner than that? In regards to our annual license and the executive director?
So what's your motivation for that? I ask because it just prevents you from adding programs, and if you're not adding programs, then it really, for procedural purposes, wouldn't change anything for your operation.
And we do want to add programs.
Aha, see? That's what I'm asking.
There is a method to the madness.
So right now, your staff recommendation would be that the substantive changes occurred, and we would issue the provisional license through September 30th, 2026, based upon your financial soundness. However, there is a line right after that that says delegate authority to the executive director to return the institution to an annual license through September 30th, 2026, upon demonstration that the financial structure of the institution is sound and that it has pursuant to the rule. So what you're asking is, yes, you can go back if you demonstrate that your resources are sufficient and that you have, the positive working capital or the positive net income, but you still need to provide progress reports to the commission at that January. So that's what those are. They're almost two separate items.
If you'll give me just a moment, I'm moving to this consolidated balance sheet.
To be clear, I wasn't suggesting we not submit that. I was requesting that we be able to submit it sooner than that because of when our fiscal year ends.
So that doesn't limit you from submitting to us that you have already met the financial soundness. You can do that at whatever time. As soon as you are ready to do that, you can go ahead and turn that in. This is just for your progress reports. So as soon as you get your financials, you can show us that you're financially sound. You can go ahead and submit that to your program specialist, and we'll take a look at it. And then we can move you back to your annual status if you meet the rule. And then you'll still do your progress reports to show us the effectiveness of your plan.
Sounds good.
Can you help me understand your corporate structure? And when I look through operational losses for 22-3 and 24, how you guys are sustaining that? Just, I understand that some people have a tolerance for those losses for a variety of reasons, and I just want to understand both how you're maintaining yourself and why you have such a tolerance for those kind of losses.
Yes, so we're owned by an organization that is based in Australia. They've invested in SAE USA over the number of years and have sustained us as necessary. They're an $850+ million entity. We're obviously significantly smaller than that.
Sure.
And so we've been working to evolve our operations in the U.S. to reach profitability. And where necessary, they have sustained us as appropriate. We have a continuing letter from them indicating that we provide to you and our accreditors as well.
So I don't want to put you on the spot with this, but is it the intent of your parent organization to actually become profitable? Look, I have entities that I love that they lose money. I love a net operating loss from one aspect so that I can carry it over to another. We just need to understand that because I want to make sure you guys understand what we see is that we don't know someone's appetite for that loss, and their appetite for that loss is what defines the stability of the student. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And you will see that this year's results for FY25 are cash flow, working capital positive, a reduction in loss. The new program that we introduced is performing well. We're excited about that. We're anticipating additional programs that will augment the student population, which will lead this campus to profitability in the next year or two.
And was that 1.2 in 2023 an injection from that parent company?
We get injections periodically as necessary. They're an Australian company, as I said. They like to hold more capital and more cash in the Australian bank and avoid exchange rate risk.
Sure.
So we move money as appropriate back and forth between them and us on the U.S. side.
And what we're looking at is consolidated with that parent.
It is, yes.
Okay.
So we consolidate up to the U.S., and then the U.S. consolidates up to the global entity.
Right, as a wholly owned subsidiary of, correct. Am I saying it right, Navitas?
Navitas, yes, correct.
Okay. Where are you year to date? How's that looking?
Year to date, we're doing pretty well. We're 7% above where we expected in terms of population. We're seeing continued positivity on revenue. We feel pretty confident about the rest of this year. The new program is enrolling well, and students are seemingly happy with the new program being a credit hour instead of a clock hour program.
Do you have anything, thoughts on that? You comfortable with what you see in front of you?
No, I mean, well, I was going to ask about the new program, and I saw that in April you guys started a new program, so you've answered that. And then I see that the parent company, it's also in thousands.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it does have,
Yeah.
I was going to ask the same question, the appetite, because even the parent company has not been profitable the last 2 years.
Yes.
In Australia, but it is in thousands, so they can
Yeah, right.
probably
Yeah.
stomach a little bit
Yeah.
more.
We just want you guys to understand that because we see things through a snapshot of what you guys really are, right? We don't see the whole scope of all of that, and it's just making sure that no one's going to throw their hands up and say, okay, screw this, we're out of here because we're not making this work, and then the students suffer because of it. That's
Understood.
100% of the concern, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything additional?
We would just ask, it's not in your clerk's order, but when you're providing those reports to us for the January and the May 2026 meetings, if you could get those to us probably around 30 days in advance, just so we have time to review them. We'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right. Any further discussion? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2282?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much for being here. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think 7 was not on the original list, so we still have to do 7, right? Yes. Okay. Schiller International University, Tampa, number 2523. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Egan Hansen, Chief of Compliance.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mohammed Arif, Provost and Chief Academic Officer.
Good afternoon, I'm Bill Lowry. I'm Head of North America for GEDU Global Education, Schiller International University's parent company.
Thank you for traveling here today, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're making motions on here today?
Yes, sir, we have.
Do you have questions or comments about those?
Just a comment, I wanted to note that our parent company's on a different fiscal year, so at the time of the initial application, we were unfortunately unable to submit the consolidated financials, which would show a positive net working capital.
Are you on a calendar year or are you on a fiscal?
Schiller's on a calendar year, and then our parent
When's the
company's
cutoff date of your parent company's fiscal?
February.
Oh, that.
Yeah. So I will say, Executive Director Hurst, Mr. Eldridge, and Ms. Davis have been working with us with the newer financials that we've submitted that show a much different financial picture.
Yeah.
And
So you just need a few more months.
Yeah.
Right, for us to get to February.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've, unfortunately, we lost our school participation team with the USDOE with the RIFs, but since our acquisition, which was just under 2 years ago, we've been trying to adjust our fiscal year to match our parent companies for these types of reasons, but we've had, significant delays with the USDOE.
Shocker.
Yeah.
So maybe you guys can speak to the same question we had before of, the appetite for the cumulative loss and, the long-term, as it relates to the long-term goal and vision of what you're trying to achieve.
Absolutely. Our owner is American educated and has a large personal interest in offering American education. Our university currently has an existing unique value proposition in that we do have 3 campuses in Europe already that are on our same academic calendar, offer our same programs, and are taught in English. So our students have the opportunity to matriculate through our campuses and get a truly global education without having to leave our university. So it's a very exciting value proposition for him. One of the reasons our losses were as large as they were is because even despite the lack of profitability, he's continued to invest in the institution. We've invested in marketing, recruitment, admissions, student services. We're looking at doubling our space in our existing building to prepare for the growth. So the appetite is definitely a healthy one. There's other mitigating factors, delays in CVIS, the USDOE, in approving our programs for Title IV that have kind of slowed the opportunity to become profitable, but it's he's fully committed.
Well, if he's not, there's a sunk cost fallacy going on right there where we have to make a decision cumulatively. I'm glad to hear that. What's your 2025 enrollment?
We are currently at 90 students, including our Florida campus and our online offerings through the Florida campus. Our undergraduate start for the fall was this week, and our master's level students are starting next week. And between the two of those, again, Florida and online, we are going to add an additional 77 students.
Those don't include your 3 European campuses, right?
Correct.
They do not, it does not?
Correct.
Okay. Because you're not issuing Florida diplomas to those
No, they have
institutions.
their own.
They're just part of your
Correct.
affiliation? Right,
Correct.
okay.
They're accredited by our same accreditor.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you, that was all very helpful. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Gentlemen, anything else?
No, again, I just want to thank the executive director, Mr. Eldridge, and Ms. Davis for assisting us through this process.
Well, then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 2523?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for traveling here today, guys, and helping us understand the full scope of it. It's sometimes difficult when as big as you guys are to get a full comprehensive view.
Thank you.
All right, we have no items on the agenda in sections L and sections M. In sections N, religious colleges, sworn affidavits submitted. We have 72 items. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I have note that the director is asked to pull 7, 14, 16, 23, 24, 31, 36, 37, 45, 60, and 68. Commissioner Batista, would you like to pull any additional?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional?
Caballero?
None additional?
Commissioner Livak?
None.
All right. Then do I have let me see if I can get this right the first time. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation on section N items 1 through 6, 8 through 13, 15, 17 through 22, 25 through 30, 32 through 35, 38 through 44, 46 through 59, and 61 through 67?
And 69 to 72.
Say it again. And 69 through 72.
So
Okay.
move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and takes us to number 7, Bahari School of Ministry, North Miami.
So I'll do this in groupings. So there are several of these that we are pulling for additional explanation for religious modifiers or lack of religious modifiers in their program names. So I will list those. So that is number 7, Bahari School of Ministry. Number 14, Christian Business School Corporation. Number 16, Daytona Beach Christian University. Number 31, Hidden Truths College of Metaphysics. Number 36, International Kingdom University. Number 37, Jefferson International University of Baptist. Number 45, Northwestern Christian University. Number 60, the American University of Theology and Technology. So those will all be pooled, and staff will have conversations with those entities regarding their religious modifiers in their program names and/or their institutional name. So the others on this list are number 23, FUST American Christian School, number 24, FUST Florida University of Science and Theology, and number 68, which is Vinnie Creator Christian University. So what you have in front of you, Commissioners, is a staff recommendation for denial of each of these institutions, or the affidavits for those 3. So I would like to take them individually.
Okay.
So the first will be your FUST American Christian School. So this institution is in front of you today to find that the institution fails to be in compliance with the requirements of Section 1005.061 Florida statutes based upon the following: the submission of an affidavit which is facially invalid or contradicted by the institution's public advertisements or by other evidence in violation of Section 1005.061. The institution's submission of a forged affidavit confirmed by the notary's affirmation of non-involvement constitutes other evidence under Section 1005.0613, 1F3, that contradicts the reliability of the new affidavit. The institution's pattern of deceit from the forgery raises doubts about the reliability of all of its representations to the Commission and of any disclosures it might make to its students under Section 1005.04. Number two, attempting to obtain an action from the Commission by fraudulent misrepresentation, bribery, or through an error of the Commission in violation of Section 1005.388A. So we are requesting that the Commission deny the application for religious institution letter of exemption pursuant to Section 1005.061, order the institution to cease operating in Florida. The institution shall cease and desist any advertising, soliciting, or recruiting students, collecting fees or tuition from or on behalf of students, and offering programs of study in compliance with Sections 1005.061 and 1005.387. And order the executive director to review the institution to determine whether any further disciplinary action is warranted pursuant to Section 1005.38.
All right. Commissioners, do you have questions for the director, or we have comments or discussion based on her comments on the record? Counselor, I'd like to ask what, if we take a motion to deny this application as the director just requested, what happens after that regarding the representation of fraudulent material?
Sure. So what these applications are is these are the submissions of the affidavit which religious schools exempt from this commission's jurisdiction have to annually submit. Our authority over these schools is much more limited than against those than is our authority over those which we license. But what a denial does is it puts the ball back in the school's court. The school or the alleged school, to be clear, I don't believe this is a real school, but the school is going to have to cease operating. It's going to have to apply for licensure, cease operating, or else submit a new affidavit, which is not facially invalid. Regardless of whether they do so, the staff recommendation includes directing the executive director to review the institution for further disciplinary proceedings.
But the provision of a valid document doesn't change the representation of one that was invalid and previously. So I guess I'm wondering, what is there? You mentioned this earlier. There's not probable cause to review. We don't require the same levels of evidence to present, probable cause the way we did earlier. We already have what was presented and know, so we're going to make a more expansive review of this quote unquote school.
That's correct. So if the school comes back with a new affidavit, we now have additional authority given us by the legislature to require them to prove by way of documentation all of their attestations in their affidavit. Okay. And so, if they fail to prove that, we'll deny them again. And if they submit another fraudulent affidavit, we'll take them back to probable cause again. Okay. And I also will be having conversations with my colleagues in the state attorney's office in the Orlando area to report these institutions for submission of fraudulent affidavits.
You made a comment earlier about you weren't confident that this was a quote real school. What do you mean by that?
So each of the three schools that have been pulled with a recommendation for denial of the affidavit, all of these are online schools. When you look at the websites, they look like hackneyed projects. I don't believe that these are bona fide institutions that have tried to obtain exemption by fraudulent means. I think they're shell companies. I can't prove that at this time, but I suspect that these are foreign operations which exist to sell American credentials to foreign students.
That's what I was trying to
That's what I
understand.
suspect.
Yep. Thank you for that explanation. I want to make sure I'm understanding. Then, are we going to do a single motion per each? Yes. Okay, so then we are on 23. Do I have a motion? Wait, it's not really a stack. Yeah, well, that's a fair note. Is there public comment on this prior to requesting a motion of any sort? And I don't necessarily have staff.
It's a motion to, so it's a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Okay, just fair enough. Okay. All right, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for item 23, First American Christian School, Orlando?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we can move forward to 24, First Florida University of Science and Theology. Director?
So I'm going to read it again for the record. These are all going to sound very familiar.
Yep.
Find that the institution fails to be in compliance with the requirements of Section 1005.061 Florida statutes based upon the following: the submission of an affidavit which is facially invalid or contradicted by the institution's public advertisements or by other evidence in violation of Section 1005.061, the institution's submission of a forged affidavit confirmed by the notary's affirmation of non-involvement constitutes other evidence under Section 1005.061F3 that contradicts the reliability of the new affidavit. The institution's pattern of deceit from the forgery raises doubts about the reliability of all of its representations to the Commission and of any disclosures it might make to its students under Section 1005.04. Number two, attempting to obtain action from the Commission by fraudulent misrepresentation, bribery, or through an error of the Commission in violation of Section 1005.388A. We are recommending denial of the application for religious institution letter of exemption pursuant to Section 1005.061. Order the institution to cease operating in Florida. The institution shall cease and desist any advertising, soliciting, or recruiting students, collecting fees or tuition from on behalf of students, and offering programs of study in compliance with Sections 1005.061 and 1005.387. Order the executive director to review the institution to determine whether further disciplinary action is warranted pursuant to Section 1005.38.
Thank you, Director. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 24?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and takes us to number 68, Vinnie Creator Christian University Celebration. Let me get to there. I don't want you to feel obligated to read the entire motion. Do you want to give us the high points?
Sure. This is once again a staff recommendation to deny the application for religious institution letter of exemption pursuant to Section 1005.061, order the institution to cease operating, and order the executive director to review the institution to determine whether further disciplinary action is warranted. And this is due to a submission of a forged affidavit.
It's interesting to me that these three were all alleged the same notary. Right? Curious. But let's see what we have after that. Let's take the motion first, and then I have something I want to say. So then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 68, Vinnie Creator Christian University Celebration?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We have no agent training programs, and before we go to recess and Rules Committee, I want to offer the commissioners the opportunity to speak for themselves on this, but the companies I run have 6 core values, and and the companies I will always run have 6 core values. It will always be the same because my values don't change. And one of those is accountability. and you could go to website at any company I own, and you'll see that. And we define that as collective trust through individual reliability. And I know that there may have been a time in the past, maybe before any of us was seated here, when there may have been the perception that there wasn't accountability, both on a personal level, and that bred a lack of collective trust statewide, which is how you get things like Operation Nightingale that happened here, right? And which is how you get the conversations we have for folks who have for years abused the leniency or perhaps, lack of individual and institutional accountability. And I say that because it makes my heart hurt to see the blatant attempts to take advantage of the systems that lift us all up. And I know this is an editorial, but I just wanted to say that, looking through a affidavit list of religious exemptions especially, those days of no institutional accountability are over. So I don't want to speak for any other commissioner. I certainly want to give them the opportunity to speak about that, but it makes my heart hurt. So let's move to, if you guys have nothing else to say, we technically are in recess, but we do have a Rules Committee meeting forthcoming. Do I have to call that to order? Do we have a script for that individually?
Do you want to take a break?
Yeah, we'll take a little break before we do the Rules Committee meeting. Thank you very much. We are in recess. Yeah, we'll come back in by 9:15. I'd like to call the Rules Committee meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, Chair of the Commission. Today's September 25th. We need an additional roll call for the Rules Committee meeting. Okay, Ms. Hood, would you mind calling the roll? Present.
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 Thank you, ma'am. All right. Thank you for joining us. We held a rule development workshop September 10th, 2025. Public input has been provided, and Executive Director Hurst has shared draft rule language and forms for consideration. As a reminder, the purpose of rule development is to implement legislation passed during the 2025 legislative session that included revisions to Chapter 1005, Florida statutes governing the Commission. The Commission must vote to approve rule language before it can be submitted to the State Board of Education for final vote. We have action items today. As the Rules Committee, we will discuss the draft language for approval. Tomorrow, we will vote for approval to send the draft language to the Commission body for approval with or without modification. The Commission will then vote on the Rules Committee recommendations to submit the draft language to the State Board for final vote in November 2025 and defer the vote to a future meeting, What would you like to discuss, Director? First.
All right, so I'll go over a little bit of background just so we all understand why we are looking at this rule. So modifications to Rule 6E-5.001 Florida Administrative Code and Form 113 incorporated by reference are needed to implement House Bill 1255, which was passed during the 2025 legislative session. House Bill 1255 revised Section 1005.061F Florida statutes to provide that non-public religious post-secondary educational institutions are exempt from licensure by the Commission for Independent Education, provided that they meet specified statutory criteria and submit a properly completed application on CIE Form 113. So I'm going to kind of go over the new rules or the new statute that was implemented as part of House Bill 1255. That has actually been posted on our website now. They posted the rules, so it has been updated. If you go look for this 1005.06 Florida statutes, you will see the new revised language. So what was added was that a non-public religious post-secondary educational institution, they changed that from religious college to actually give what the real name of these are, because not all are colleges, that they have to verify by sworn affidavit to the Commission each of the following affirmations. So they added a couple of items, one being an explanation of the religious modifier, religious name, or religious symbol used in the institution's name. They also added that the titles, that they must list the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institution as they appear on degrees and transcripts issued by the institution. Additionally, if requested by the Commission, the institution must submit documentation demonstrating compliance with the requirements of this paragraph and with Section 1005.04. The institution shall submit such documentation within 30 days after the request. The Commission shall review for approval or denial in a public meeting affidavits submitted pursuant to this paragraph. The Commission shall approve an affidavit unless the affidavit is facially invalid, the affidavit is contradicted by the institution's public advertisements or by other evidence, or the institution has failed to comply with the requirements of subparagraph 2. Additionally, if a non-public religious post-secondary educational institution that has been issued a written notice of exemption from licensure by the Commission subsequently fails to comply with the requirements of this paragraph, the Commission must revoke its approval of the institution's affidavit in a public meeting. If an affidavit is denied by the Commission may take any of the actions specified in Section 1005.38 unless the institution applies for a license pursuant to Section 1005.311A, ceases operating in the state, or submits documentation indicating compliance with this paragraph. The Commission may adopt rules to administer this paragraph. So what you have in front of you are the proposed modifications to Rule 6E-5.001, which is the Religious Institution Letter of Exemption. So in your packets you have, and in front of you, the one that has the blue underlines is the original language that was proposed at our rule development workshop, which was held on September the 10th. We have received a couple of comments, public comments, and had some discussions within that rule development workshop that led to a couple of changes, which you now have in front of you, that is the yellow version. So I will go over the proposed modifications to the rule, and then we can discuss them as well. So the modifications are first to strike the word college and to add non-public religious post-secondary educational institution, which reflects all of the institutions that would be under this exemption. And instead of saying not subject to government oversight, it now states that it is exempt from licensure. So the changes are that the commission shall issue an annual letter of exemption. It used to say no more than once annually. We're going to state an annual letter of exemption after receipt of a properly completed CIE Form 113 and approval from the commission. The CIE form will be renamed to Affidavit for Religious Institution Letter of Exemption instead of Application for Religious Institution of Letter of Exemption. And then the other changes, there's a couple of just modifications of making sure that this all aligns. Number 3, used to say the sworn affidavit portion of CIE Form 113. It will now say the sworn affidavit CIE Form 113 shall be executed by an officer, and that language goes on. Number 4 has been modified to state that the commission shall not issue a letter of exemption where it has not received a properly completed CIE Form 113 and approval from the commission. Upon request from the commission, the institution shall submit documentation demonstrating compliance with Section 1005.061F and 1005.04 Florida statutes, including Rule 6E-1.0032 6I Florida Administrative Code. The institution shall submit such documentation within 30 days after the request. Additionally, we added a section under number 5, which is duration. It stated that a letter of exemption is valid for 1 year after the date reflected on the letter. We are recommending adding, however, if the commission is unable to supply the letter of exemption to an institution after the institution has timely submitted a completed CIE Form 113, the previous year's letter of exemption will remain in effect until the commission issues a new letter of exemption or until the commission denies the completed CIE Form 113 at a public meeting. So the changes you see in front of you on the rule are direct from the Florida statutes. We cleaned up the language a little bit, but this is to add additional areas that the institutions must comply with. If you flip over to your CIE form, the changes on our CIE form include striking the word application, so it's an affidavit for religious institution letter of exemption. We are also requiring them to provide an explanation of the religious modifier, religious name, or religious symbol used in the institution's name per statute, and a list of the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institution as they appear on degrees and transcripts issued by the institution. And then by signing below, the undersigned swears or affirms that the statements found in this affidavit are true and accurate, including, and then it has the original subparagraphs 1 through 5. So those are the changes that are in front of you for discussion. We did receive a couple of comments, so I will go over those comments quickly. We received 2 comments that were related to, one related to the U.S. Constitution that stated that nothing in the U.S. Constitution allows for a specific religion to be allowed in public schools. That is not applicable in this situation. These are non-public private universities and colleges. And the second is that this comment was regarding public funding for these institutions. These institutions do not receive funding from the Commission for Independent Education. And then the third.
Are those anonymous comments?
No, they put their names on them.
Were they submitted by a person or by a institution or?
Person, each one was a person.
Individually, okay.
And then the last one that we received was from an individual that represents 41 institutions, I believe. And several of the changes that you see in here are the modifications due to the information that we received. They had requested certain changes that are in there. They additionally requested that we change to add the word affidavit several times. That's redundant, so we did not add the word affidavit several times throughout this rule. The form itself is called an affidavit, so that did not need to occur. And then the other item was that they had requested that we add a statement that restated current law in Chapter 1005.06, which was the if a non-public religious post-secondary educational institution that has been issued a written notice of exemption from licensure by the Commission subsequently fails to comply, the Commission must revoke its approval of the institution's affidavit in a public meeting unless the institution applies for a license pursuant to Section 1005.311A, ceases operating in the state, or submits documentation indicating compliance. That was verbatim from the statute. When you're writing rule, you are not supposed to write verbatim from the statute into the rule. That is already known, so we are not going to restate current law in our actual rule. So that was left off as well. So all the other changes that this institution requested are actually incorporated into the language that's in front of you currently. Do you have any questions, comments about the current rule modifications?
What was instituted at the behest of that institution?
So the section that was instituted was where the Commission shall, it originally stated the Commission shall issue a letter of exemption no more than once annually. That has been requested to state that the Commission shall issue an annual letter of exemption, which is because currently right now we can deny an institution, but they can come back into compliance. So what could have occurred is that you had an annual application. We turned around and denied it. They had a letter at some point during that. They correct all the issues. They come back in front of us, and we would have been limited to be able to actually give them another letter if it was once annually. So that changes it to an annual letter of exemption just to make sure that no one gets caught in that loophole. The other thing they requested was that the CIE Form 113, instead of being called an application for religious institution, be called an affidavit for religious institution, which makes sense. That is what the statute is requiring, is a sworn affidavit. They also requested that we add, when we stated that they shall submit documentation demonstrating compliance with Section 1005.04, that we include the term state law. Instead, we are including the term that they also have to comply with Section 1005.061F, which is the religious institution law. So that will get all of when we require them to give us their program names and they have to have a religious modifier, that just adds that to this statute. And the last thing that they requested was the duration portion, which now states if the Commission is unable to supply the letter of exemption to an institution after the institution has timely submitted a completed CIE Form 113, the previous year's letter of exemption will remain in effect until the Commission issues a new letter of exemption or until the Commission denies the completed CIE Form 113 at a public meeting. So that is also one of the items that we considered that we could be in a position, if it just says the letter of exemption is valid for 1 year after the date reflected in the letter, that you have an institution that submits it timely prior to the expiration of their letter. The Commission staff may request additional documents, and they have to turn that in within 30 days of the letter. It allows us to do that without penalizing the institution in that interim, so they can continue to operate until they receive a new letter of exemption or until we deny them. So it just gives a little bit of flexibility on both sides.
But it does mean that if it results in a denial, that it will happen at a public meeting.
That is correct. Just like we did today. That was the first time that we have been actually given the authority to deny applications, is what came from that Florida statute changes.
Question here. For item 5 here, the duration.
Yes.
Is the context sufficiently clear that the exception or the extension there is contingent upon the reapplication or resubmission of an affidavit?
Yes, so that's correct. So right now when we're sending out our letter of exemptions, I'm just going to give one that came today. So if we said that it was from September 2025 to September 2026, they would still have to submit a new one in order to qualify for this at all.
Right, that's the point though. I mean, so what you just said, is that point itself sufficiently clear from the context? I mean, it isn't, I suppose it's implied, it's just it isn't explicitly stated that upon submission of an annual application or affidavit, if the commission is unable to supply the letter of exemption to an institution after the institution, well, so I guess that's the part, right? After the institution has timely submitted a completed CIE Form 113. So I guess that's the answer to the question.
Yes, so that would be the annual one. Eric, unless you think it needs to be, if you're looking at it, does it need to be clarified further?
No, I think it's clear. I think that the statute is clear on its face, that the institution satisfies its obligation so long as it annually submits the affidavit. Unless the commission takes some kind of adverse action against the affidavit, the institution's obligation is satisfied when it submits, so long as it submits the affidavit.
I guess my point was just that the completed CIE Form 113 that it's referring to there in that sentence is a new one, not the previous year's.
You can put it as in effect at the time of the application or the affidavit.
I suppose the scenario I'm thinking about here is just, it's valid for a year, and so the extension of that duration is triggered by two conditions. And just to make sure those two conditions are clear, right? One is that they submitted a new annual CIE Form 113, and the CIE has not been able to supply the letter of exemption yet. And so it has those two conditions for the...
They have to have submitted, and we have to have failed to respond.
Right.
Right. Agreed. Otherwise, there would be no need for an extension, right?
Exactly, that's right. And so here, when it says timely submitted a completed CIE Form 113, I just want to make sure the context is clear enough that it distinguishes that from the previous year's completed CIE Form 113.
I think the word timely submitted encompasses that.
Okay, perfect. That was a question, so.
It may also be incorporated in number 2 above, because you're asking them to submit it annually.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be, it implies a new form is being submitted.
Correct. And when we're asking for the new annual submission, when they send it, there are times where we may receive, not that we would want this to occur, but say that they have it, they're expiring in September, and they ended up sending us a brand new affidavit in September, and it wasn't added to the agenda. What we're getting is institutions reaching out going, well, can I still be operational between September and November? So there is that concern, which is what the individual raised, but I do appreciate you giving some context about ensuring that this is a newly completed CIE Form 113 and not a older one.
Also, rules and regulations presuppose the underlying statute, right? Okay, which authorizes the commission to adopt them. And the statute says, that the non-public religious post-secondary schools can operate without licensure if the institution annually verifies. And so, the statute makes clear that it's an annual verification. And I believe that that's encompassed by timely submitted. That means that, what's timely, that you're annually submitting it.
I've got 2 questions, if you don't mind.
Of course.
One of them is a little more picky, so I'll go the non-picky one first. On the form itself, and I could be wrong about this, but we say list the titles and majors of every degree program. Is it only degree programs, or should it be all programs?
So statute says degree programs.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. I wasn't as clear about that, but I wanted to make sure, because when
That
we're
is a
talking
great
about
question
who's
that we have
under
looked
it,
at. Yes,
makes sense.
statute requires degree programs.
And this is the picky. On numbers 2, 3, and 4, you have kind of headers, definitions, and duration for 1 and 5. Just to conform, you may want to just do the same thing so it's easy for someone to read. That makes sense, Eric?
So what he's saying is on number 1 it
So
has
number
the
1 is
title.
definitions, and number 5 is duration, but 2, 3, and 4 don't have any headers, as they would say. So I don't know if you want to add them or get rid of them from the other ones, so it's just standard.
So number 2 through 4 are more of the process. So I think those can be standalone without writing process in front of them. So if you read them, it's just the definition at the front, and then this is what you follow, and then we just finish it out with the duration, so they understand that that is the duration of their expiration, not an actual process.
Yeah, it's just, as I said, very, very nitpicky. Like if I was reading it, it's just easier to read. Then I could say process, and then you would just have 2, 3, and 4 under the process ones. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Listen, I got beat up as when I was a first year attorney. Like, hey, if you have a header here, you must need it everywhere.
He didn't turn his mic on for that. He just left my mic on for
Is it strange that we only have one thing to define? Is there something we could be leaving out that, among the rest of this language, that perhaps, I don't know, I'm just throwing this out there that we have a definition section with one thing to be defined. I don't know if, public meeting's pretty clear, that doesn't need to be defined, and institution doesn't necessarily have to be defined. I'm just wondering if we're missing some gray area that someone might argue in the future.
No, we're not. So the rule as it already exists, long before my time or Executive Director Hurst, had these headings in subsection 1 and subsection 5. I don't know, quite frankly, I don't care why it's that way. So we didn't add that just now, this definitions, and so, but it's there, it's there. So I guess if at any future date we choose to, this commission elects to expand on this rule, or given a new statute, we'll place definitions there. I don't know why, when this rule was originally drafted, they gave this section a separate definition section, because Chapter 6E has, in fact, a rather extensive and lengthy definition section at the beginning of the rule. At the beginning of the chapter. I don't know why this was done. We didn't do it. Bob Harris, maybe? No, I'm kidding.
But we also...
Bob, did you do that?
But in defense of it staying in, when you ask for an institution that is outside of our jurisdiction, when we point them to the rule, a lot of them are not going to the other definitions that are in any other statute or in any other rule. So this highlights what this actually means, so we don't have to spend time directing them to another portion.
No, I don't think it should be taken out. I just wondered if there was anything else that needed to be put in, right?
I don't think so on this one. This one is pretty self-explanatory about letter of exemption, and everything else is spelled out in rule.
Okay.
If I may, just 2 brief comments. Number one, I take it that we're just voting on the substance of this, not necessarily the layout. Is that correct? Or is the layout?
The layout.
I'm just thinking, if you are asking for an explanation, unless they write really small, there's no space for it.
Oh, so any of these, at the very top, we added this little section that says place, printer type, attach additional pages as needed. So we added that so they can deviate a little bit from this actual affidavit and add pages to it. So that way they didn't have to write in tiny letters.
They may want to just give more space there because...
Oh, just from you mean the space between explanation and the bottom? Yes, I can do that. That's an easy enough type. I just need to add a space.
I would suggest starting this physical address part on the next page, leave space there, and then putting, attach additional pages as needed at the bottom of that section where it would be written. So it's clear that this is something they have to...
Hopefully one day this is digital and it would be inconsequential, so that we could actually just type it in and hit click submit, right?
We can dream.
Yeah, we could dream.
And just keep in mind too, when you're seeing, and I will fix all of the spacing on this, when you're seeing it done like this, when I print these out to show you the changes that are on them, they throw off all the page numbers and the way they're done. And it's just for me to show you what was there, what's being stricken, and then what's added. So once I put it back in its form of what it will actually look like when an institution sees it, it will be back into a format that's more structured.
I don't, I've never seen the part 2 on the, next to the last page about preparing you for this list, ministry, counseling, theology, education, etc. I suppose that administration is pretty broad, and that's why can be a lot of programs that are offered that may exist without a religious modifier in the rest of the world. So, I don't know, maybe that's all encompassing or not, but it feels like there's things we've seen in the past that don't necessarily fit within, there's not coding, theological coding, right? So, I've just never seen this list before, and it feels like perhaps I have seen programs that don't fit within this list. So this list is as it has always been.
This
right?
list is straight from statute.
Yeah?
So
Okay.
you are always welcome to question any
Yeah.
program that you see that you do not
Well, no, I
believe
know
fits
you
the
guys are
list.
doing that already. It just, I've never seen that list before. It's an interesting one.
And we do have the ability with the new statute to ask for additional information, especially as it relates to compliance with the Fair Consumers Act or Fair Consumer Practices, which prior we're looking at, at your facially valid affidavit. So this does give us a little bit more ability to ask questions about these specific programs too, and how they actually meet the requirements of Florida statute.
Counselor, are all affidavits sworn affidavits?
I believe so. I believe it. In a legal context, I don't know of any such thing as a non-sworn affidavit.
So you don't have to say sworn affidavit. It's kind of redundant to say that? Because I'm asking because page 1 just says affidavit, and at the end it says sworn affidavit. That's the reason I'm asking, because I didn't know if that was a distinction or if it's just,
I think, maybe etymologically, the word affidavit, might have a non-legal meaning outside of a legal context in which you wouldn't, you might affirm something and not swear it. But I don't know of such a thing as a non-sworn affidavit.
Fair enough.
And to clarify a little bit of that, what was occurring prior to these changes is that form was called an application for religious institution letter of exemption, and then at the very bottom, they were saying that that portion was the sworn affidavit. But the entire form is the affidavit, so we're changing that and taking out that one little line that says sworn affidavit, so this is the whole affidavit. And then the statute states sworn affidavit in it, so on number 3, we have the sworn affidavit, comma, CIE Form 113. So that also shows that CIE Form 113 is the sworn affidavit.
I suppose strictly speaking as well, I guess strictly speaking, an affidavit's not necessarily sworn. You can affirm there are some people who have religious objections to swearing. If you're a Quaker, okay, no, I mean, that's been an issue. If you're an Anabaptist of some sort, anyway, so that's why, in fact, I think we have, sworn to or affirmed. So strictly speaking, I guess an affidavit doesn't have to be sworn, but if it's affirmed and it's signed, it has the same legal effect.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Right, I have one final question, and for my part here. I see here that the language regarding the listing of the degree programs, I mean, that comes right out of statute, and that's, what's asked there. But above, you asked for the website, and it's a shame that you can't ask, or maybe you can, I don't know, or I just would like thoughts on this, but asking about the list of advertised programs or the programs that's listed in, their documents, et cetera, because then it's incumbent upon the CIE staff to check if the items listed on the website, if any are listed, do in fact match the titles that are allegedly appearing on transcripts, creating
So could
additional
you,
set of tasks.
Yeah, so could you add on, right before, list the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institutions as they appear on degrees, transcripts, or websites?
You mean to avoid the idea that it could be advertised as non-religious online because it's not captured within that?
It could be advertised differently than it is on a transcript.
Right, that's what
hypothetically.
I mean. They could just say Masters in Business
And so
Administration.
right now, the only way to capture
Back on the
that
website.
is it falls on staff to check the website and see if there's a gap between what's listed here as.
Well, I would consider any placement in advertising to be a representation of that program.
So
where,
But we're not asking for that, so we
Right.
want to add the word publications.
no, that's not bad. Yeah.
So I'm going to let Eric take a look at this real quick because the statute does require, it states, the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institution as they appear on degrees and transcripts issued by the institution, and they are speaking towards the actual affidavit itself.
it sounds like what they're speaking to is they want to add that as they appear on degrees, transcripts, and advertisements and other institutional publications.
Yep.
I don't think it's outside the scope of the statute. I mean, the statute does say that this commission can reject an affidavit if its attestations are contradicted by the institution's advertisements or other evidence. But I kind of just think that goes without saying that your program title should be accurately advertised. I just think that goes without saying.
Do we have that outside of the, well, it wouldn't matter, because if we had that, we have that power outside of, for licensed schools, but it wouldn't apply to them, so that's irrelevant. Well, I think it's a good point, because they could probably enroll people in something that they've purported, on their transcripts, et cetera, to be one thing to us for the purpose of exemption.
That would also be a violation of fair consumer practices if they were falsely advertising degree and diploma titles. Keep in mind that we don't want to get into a situation. I think both in terms of the state of Florida's public policy, and I think this commission's capabilities and its burdens of making this a mini licensure process. When it comes to these exempt religious institutions, generally speaking, we're assuming good faith unless we have evidence otherwise. I don't believe this commission has the capabilities, to subject these institutions to a mini licensure process.
But I think that the suggestion would actually be more in line with that intention, insofar as right now, the only way to examine that is to allocate staff time to checking the gap between the website and what's listed. Whereas if you include within the scope, advertisements, well, I mean, for sure, there would still need to be time allocated to identify inconsistencies or gaps, but hypothetically would be encompassed within the scope of what we're asking them to report. That said, I'm content to keep it as is because it's in line with statute, and it would probably kind of streamline things. So I raised it to see, the temperature and
Yeah, probably in the end, you think about it, they could still lay it out on this affidavit and still represent it differently somewhere else, right? You know what I mean?
And we will still be checking for
Right,
them.
right.
So what was occurring?
What's the outcome?
Well, counsel, on number 3 on the next page, it does say, or publications.
Oh, does it?
Yes. So if you want to make sure it's conforming in both spots, it may not be a bad idea.
That refers to placement of the religious modifier.
Yeah.
No.
That has to be included in all.
In all degree, in all
the
titles.
programs in
Yeah,
it.
isn't that what that's referring to?
That's a good point.
Yeah, so it's already, so is it necessary because it's already there?
I think it's nice to have because if you just remind the institutions themselves to look at it, I think that's your point, is to have them kind of.
I certainly have no objection if the commission wants to make an edit.
And just, so I'm going to say it, what I'm hearing. So the edit requested, and we can discuss it after I say it out loud, is the list of the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institution as they appear on degrees, transcripts, and publications issued by the institution.
I would say, and all other.
All other publications?
They also, you could use the same language that says official school documents or publications from paragraph 3, make it easy. So
All other.
unless you don't like that language.
Yeah, and all other official school documents. School documents. How about documents, publications, and advertisements? I know that.
Yeah, that would be the ideal, honestly.
Say it one more time.
Okay, so list, it would read as proposed. List the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institution as they appear on degrees, transcripts, and all other school and all other official school documents, publications, and advertisements.
And could we make the same change to number 3 then also? Just so,
Because it already says documents and publications there, so you just add the word of ours.
Yep. Just add advertisements.
I would much rather that section track the language of statute.
Okay.
I mean, technically, even advertisements are encompassed within publications. But it's your call, commissioners.
I'm fine.
And it does appear that that last section, the subparagraphs 1 through 5, are directly regurgitated from the statute. So they're just drawing the institutions back to it to state that this is exactly what the statute states, and then they're swearing to that.
One of the changes we made was that by titling the form itself an affidavit, rather than having a affidavit section, we have clarified that what they are swearing or affirming is the entirety of this form, not just that portion, so they can't play a Simon Says, with only the, last fourth of this.
And then I did neglect to mention this. One of the comments made was that the same individual who represents the institutions had requested that instead of just saying list, it said list or submit the titles. We did decide that internally, and we can discuss it, that it would be best to say list the titles, because what we don't want to occur is an institution, instead of listing them here, just giving us a catalog and staff having to go through it to try to figure out which of these are the religious programs. And as we all know, catalogs can be very small or very large. So for us to have the list, it is much easier for us to see it than to be receiving catalogs.
Should there be added at the end of this part that says list the titles and majors, attach additional pages as needed?
So that's why we put at the very top, when we have on page 1, which is kind of a half a page in front of you, but page 1 where it says, please print or type attaching additional pages as needed. So that applies to the entire affidavit.
Yeah, I mean, that's technically true. It's just not very user-friendly. But that's fine.
And you'll appreciate this, Dr. Stefano. We did remove at the very top where it says, mail your completed application to the CIE. While you can still mail it, we do accept emails. So we changed the instructions to email or mail the completed form. But I figured you'd appreciate it.
I did appreciate that. Thank you.
For things that are notarized, do we need the original at some point? Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Because we see the number and all of that on there.
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't matter.
Any additional comments, suggestions, concerns?
Bob, you have anything?
Very quickly, thank you. I just wanted to put on the record to make sure that there's nothing in this rule that would allow an association of some kind to step in and do any of the work of the commission. Staff is well aware of the reason why I'm asking that. Those that are not aware, just understand there has been all the way back to 2000 an attempt by individuals to have an association step in. They convinced the old SBICU to allow that to happen. And this legislation last year had an association that could step in and do the work of the commission. I went to the legislature in the House and Senate, opposed that. They took it out of this year's version, but I just want to make it clear for the record, there's nothing in here that would allow, in the event someone attempts to do this after this rule is finalized, an association could somehow step in and do this work.
Are you stating that for the record, or are you asking?
Well, I'm not authorized to state anything for the record, I'm asking. If you all would say, yes, it's, this rule does not contemplate.
Do you see language that would allow that in what we're reviewing?
Nope, I'm just because this battle has gone on since forever.
Sure.
And it came up last year, and they took it out this year, and the legislature was glad, and I didn't oppose it this year. But I'm just concerned that certain individuals may try to take this rule and put it out there and saying, hey, we can do this for you. And I just want to make sure there's nothing in this rule that would specifically authorize an association to step in and do that work for the commission.
We're all good originalists here, Mr. Harris. There's no penumbra in which that can be fit.
Unfortunately, I don't know what good originalist or penumbra means, but thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't know what that means either.
I'm sorry, that's some insider nerd lawyer baseball. So basically, you know, there's no shadow in which we say that something is implied that's not stated. That's.
It sounds like a geological term. You know, it does. It sounds like, you know, rolling penumbra across a vista. Right.
The statute and the rules speak for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see anything that would give credence to or legs to an effort to subvert the commission's authority in this regard. So then, we're going to recess, and then tomorrow, we would reconvene on this to consider the items for a vote, but not today.
Correct. So we will make the changes that were requested at the table, and I will lay those out again tomorrow to include them. Please note, I do not have a printer here, so you won't get new pieces of paper that show the new changes, but we will make those changes, we will talk them out, and then after our rule committee tomorrow, the rule committee can vote to send this, their adopted language, or what language they would like to be presented to the full commission. Then the full commission will convene, and they will consider the language, add any additional comments or changes, and then they can vote to send that rule language to the State Board of Education for consideration at their November 2025 meeting. Please note, for the record, I'm going to do my absolute best to get us on the November 2025 meeting. It is a very tight turnaround. So if we are unable to make the November 2025 meeting, I will update you on which State Board of Education meeting we will be on, but my goal is to get us on the November 2025 meeting.
All right. Then we are in recess until tomorrow, pending review and vote on those revisions. Thank you very much.